of public concern, and in a way that they take the reins of leadership, that they would be able to make the kind of difference in a sustainable development of Tobago.
Hey Assemblers, I'm Alan Cipriani, your presiding officer for this year's Tobago Day Youth Debate on Thursday, December 5th, 2024 at the Assembly Chamber at 1:30 p.m. Assemblers, did you know that an average of 1% of Tobagonians can afford housing without financial assistance? Come in or tune in live to our Facebook and YouTube pages on Thursday, December 5th at 1:30 p.m. as 9 secondary schools tackle the critical issue of housing on the island. Tobagonians, we've got you covered. Don't miss it.
You often will hear stories of young persons fresh out of university, and the first thing they will look to do is to purchase a car. And when you compare that to the investment of buying a home, you often will hear stories of young persons fresh out of university, and the first thing they will look to do is to purchase a car. And when you compare that to the investment of buying a home, is usually later in life, where having a mortgage could be seriously challenging. So what we aim to do this year is to create a change and have young people explore the possibilities of housing at a much younger age. And we also want them to do it in accordance with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and have persons build houses that would last a lifetime, make better investments among the young people. So it's simply having them get the information, getting involved with the data, and we have seen some drastic numbers as it pertains to housing on the island. We have an average of about 21 to 22 persons participating this year, a nice mix between boys and girls as well. We have about 8,000 housing applicants on the island of Tobago. And if we are to simply just give them a lot, we would not have the land space to accommodate that on the island. So we need them to explore the different types of cultures as it pertains to housing. So not just build across, but we need to explore vertical options. So we want them to see the different options and get a whole new perspective on housing, and don't just see it as we live somewhere so we're comfortable. Can you live in a vehicle? So why is it so challenging to acquire loans and fundings to build houses, but in a day you can get a car loan? So I think we want the banking institutions and places that provide funding for things like these to make it a little simpler, a little easier for us, and allow us to make good, prudent financial decisions. Because do you know that for every $1 million invested in one house, it generates $2 million in the economy? It's simple maths. The pleasure is mine to invite you to join us on the 5th of December at 10 a.m. right here for what is going to be an exciting debate. I mean, it's a matter that affects each and every one of us because we live somewhere. So come in, get the information. Tobago, you don't want to miss this.
As the subject matter expert on housing development on the island, I'm here to give them one, an overview, and two, how housing impact on all the various sectors within the assembly. Housing is one of those dichotomous areas. One, it is one of the most basic needs that you have. For that reason, it tends to be invisible because you could argue that everyone is already living somewhere. You know, if you take that to its natural extension, you would feel that, okay, there's no need for anyone to build a house. But there's always need because one of the factors that will drive it is population increase. And what we have missed is that the Tobago population is growing at a faster rate than the national population. And because it's growing at a faster rate than the national population, the demand for housing is higher. There's one thing called demand and there's something called effective demand, which is everyone would exert a demand for housing, but do you have the money to pay for it? When the average house price is $1 million and the monthly salary to afford it is $23,000. What we have to do is that this gap between the need for housing and the opportunity to afford should be bridged by good public policy and how we change and adjust culture to meet the needs. From the kids, this is not something that they normally think about, and I'm hoping that at an early age we could get them to start thinking about it, advocating about it, and acting on it. Just yesterday when we had our office session, we said to them, tell me what salary you would want to earn, when you leave here. And one said $5,000. And immediately after I showed she would need to save half of her salary for 6 years before she could even qualify. And that does not include building 6 years from now when everything would have gone up. Then automatically she said, you know what, I think I need to work for at least twice that amount. We discussed a number of thematics. One is alternative construction materials. Two, it is tempering people's interests. Three is changing a culture of thinking that everyone would need 5,000 square feet or 10,000 square feet of land when there's a lot of land space in the air. So there are a whole host of opportunities that we can do to bring down the cost. I would like all of Tobago to come out, listen, tune in on the Assembly Legislature website and see this debate and support the students in their effort to bring to the fore a matter that is of public concern and in a way that they take the reins of leadership that they would be able to make the kind of difference in a sustainable development of Tobago.
Hey Assemblers, I'm Alan Cipriani, your presiding officer for this year's Tobago Day Youth Debate on Thursday, December 5th, 2024 at the Assembly Chamber at 1:30 p.m. Assemblers, did you know that an average of 1% of Tobagonians can afford housing without financial assistance? Come in or tune in live to our Facebook and YouTube pages on Thursday, December 5th at 1:30 p.m. as 9 secondary schools tackle the critical issue of housing on the island. Tobagonians, we've got you covered. Don't miss it.
You often will hear stories of young persons fresh out of university, and the first thing they will look to do is to purchase a car. And when you compare that to the investment of buying a home, is usually later in life, where having a mortgage could be seriously challenging. So what we aim to do this year is to create a change and have young people explore the possibilities of housing at a much younger age. And we also want them to do it in accordance with the UN Sustainable Development Goals and have persons build houses that would last a lifetime, make better investments among the young people. So it's simply having them get the information, getting involved with the data, and we have seen some drastic numbers as it pertains to housing on the island. We have an average of about 21 to 22 persons participating this year, a nice mix between boys and girls as well. We have about 8,000 housing applicants on the island of Tobago. And if we had to simply just give them a lot, we would not have the land space to accommodate that on the island. So we need them to explore the different types of cultures as it pertains to housing. So not just build across, but we need to explore vertical options. So we want them to see the different options and get a whole new perspective on housing and don't just see it as we live somewhere so we're comfortable. Can you live in a vehicle? So why is it so challenging to acquire loans and fundings to build houses? But in a day, you can get a car loan. So I think we want the banking institutions and places that provide funding for things like these to make it a little simpler, a little easier for us and allow us to make good, prudent financial decisions. Because do you know that for every $1 million invested in one house, it generates $2 million in the economy? It's simple maths. The pleasure is mine to invite you to join us on the 5th of December at 10 a.m. right here for what is going to be an exciting debate. I mean, it's a matter that affects each and every one of us because we live somewhere. So come in, get the information. Tobago, you don't want to miss this.
As the subject matter expert on housing development on the island, I'm here to give them one, an overview, and two, how housing impact on all the various sectors within the assembly. Housing is one of those dichotomous areas. One, it is one of the most basic needs that you have. For that reason, it tends to be invisible because you could argue that everyone is already living somewhere. You know, if you take that to its natural extension, you will feel that, okay, there's no need for anyone to build a house. But there's always need because one of the factors that will drive it is population increase. And what we have missed is that the Tobago population is growing at a faster rate than the national population. And because it's growing at a faster rate than the national population, the demand for housing is higher. There's one thing called demand and there's something called effective demand, which is everyone would exert a demand for housing, but do you have the money?
Let us now pray. O Almighty God, as we have come together to begin our meeting of the Assembly, we humbly beseech you to grant to all our members the light and guidance of your Holy Spirit, that we may wisely take counsel together and come to such decisions as shall promote your glory and the well-being of all our citizens in this our land. so that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be enjoyed by all people. Grant this for the sake of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Members, you may now be seated.
Oath of allegiance of a new member. Announcements by the presiding officer. Assembly bills sent back from cabinet. Assembly laws brought back from parliament. Petitions. Petition number 1. Tobago Youth Council. Petition logged by minority leader on behalf of the members of the Tobago Youth Council, having 50 petitioners petitioning to have a greater percent of home ownership among young people 18 to 35 years of age.
Minority Councillor Latoya Reid.
I beg to present a petition on behalf of the members of Tobago Youth Council, Crawford Street, Tobago. I move that the clerk be allowed to read the petition.
Honorable members, the question is that the petition be read. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk, you may read the petition.
Topic: greater percent of home ownership among young people in 18 to 35 years of age. We believe that only 0.5% of young people can afford to own a home without government assistance. The assistance, which involves subsidized building of homes, a comprehensive approach to housing policy, where the government plays a critical role in shaping the housing market among young people. This approach is practiced by many developing countries, especially those who are members of the ACP, African, Caribbean, and Pacific countries, which Trinidad and Tobago is a member of. We believe to mitigate the challenges of home ownership among young people ages 18 to 35, this Honorable House must implement policies, measures to subsidize 60% of the housing and young people cover the remainder 40%. The financing of the 40% should not be a challenge because 80% of young people in Tobago ages 18 to 35 years of age are young professionals and employed by the THA, so payment is sure and secure. This request to the government to implement a 60% housing policy is aimed at mitigating the home ownership challenges young people face. This initiative would show that our government believes that the young people are the future by investing in the future of the young people.
Are these the wishes of the House? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against say no. Clerk, you may proceed with the petition.
Papers. Presentation of reports from Dispute Resolution Commission, Select Committees, Communication and Outreach Committee.
Assemblyman Maya Bartholomew for Belgarden, Glamorgan.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I stand to lay the report for the UK Study Tour Parliamentary Studies 2024.
Questions, Secretaries?
Minority Councillor.
Pleasant good afternoon, Mr. Presiding Officer and honorable members of this House. Question number 1. To the Secretary of Infrastructure, Quarries and Environment, Assemblyman Dalian Bruce.
You may stand.
Can the Secretary please explain what is the division's plan to deal with the paving of the roads on the islands? Good morning, Mr. Presiding Officer. Good morning, Honorable House. My division is working assiduously to deal with the paving of the roads on the islands, which is scheduled to begin in January 2025.
Assemblyman Christine Francis, member for Signal Hill Patience Hill.
Question number 2. to the Secretary of Education, Research and Technology, Assemblyman Emil Joseph.
Secretary of Education.
With the rise in bullying at schools, can the Secretary of Education please indicate his plan to mitigate the effects of bullying at schools? Good morning, Mr. Presiding Officer. Good morning, Honorable House. Yes, I do believe, along with the executive, that bullying at schools need to be addressed as it threatens educational system in Tobago. I can proudly say policies are being put in place at schools to enhance anti-bullying strategies that will break violence among school children and improve togetherness, unity, and self-esteem among our youth. This policy is expected to come on stream from January 2025 as school resumes for the new term. Thank you.
Request for leaves to move the adjournment of the Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance, statement by secretaries or assistant secretaries, personal explanations, introduction of bills, motion relating to the business or the sitting of the Assembly and moved by a secretary or assistant secretary. Private business, motion.
Minority Leader, you may move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Motion reads, whereas Section 25(1) of the Tobago House of Assembly, Act 40 of 1996, provides the Tobago House of Assembly to have a policy responsibility for matters set out in the 5th schedule, for which housing is item 31 on this said schedule. And whereas the 5th schedule makes provision for the Tobago House of Assembly to have policy formulation and implementation responsibility for 32 other sector areas allied to the housing development, including infrastructure, state lands, community development, social welfare, health and town and country planning. And whereas there is a high demand for low-cost housing on the island of Tobago, which is unmet due to the high cost of construction contributing to the poor living conditions, especially in rural areas in Tobago. And whereas the Tobago House of Assembly has adhered to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals at its 30th sitting in this Honorable House by alignment with the Tobago Development Strategy, the greatest little island on the planet, to, among others, to achieve the SDG goals for housing. Be it resolved, this House examines the impact of housing crisis on Tobago on the social, economic, and environmental and cultural fabric of Tobago and its prospect for rural village expansion. Be it further resolved, this House urges the Executive Council to implement a committee to draft a policy document guided by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals for better housing and sustainable communities by allocating low-cost housing provision. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, for giving me the opportunity to express my humble view on this matter before the House. Honorable members, viewers, media, good afternoon and seasoned greetings. Today, I dedicate my response to the thousands of fellow Tobagonians that are in desperate need of low-cost homes on the island. We as Tobagonians are evolving into a new dimension of a people. Mr. Presiding Officer, we all should know Act 40 of 1996 states that, and I will quote for those who are not aware, that in this context, space includes the land, water, and air for which the people of Tobago reside. The government is responsible. So therefore, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, by extension, the Chief Secretary and the Tobago House of Assembly are responsible for providing low-cost housing to the citizens of Tobago. An extremely large percentage of citizens are working for bare minimum wage with the ever-increasing cost of living. Material and labor prices are through the roof. So, honorable members, affordable housing is not just a roof over one's head, it's a cornerstone of security, opportunity, and dignity. We, the minority, believe that low-cost housing offers a solution to provide safe, sustainable,
and affordable living spaces for citizens who struggle to make ends meet. This type of housing can help the elderly, disabled, single mothers, and even single fathers in addressing social inequality. It empowers them.
Please give way.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I stand on a point of Standing Order 42-6. Member is reading without asking for permission to read from an
Member, please ask away.
It empowers them by reducing stress, and one can now.
Member, please ask for way.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I seek ad leave for Standing Order 42-6 to read extract from my speech.
Leave is granted.
It empowers them by reducing stress, and one can now focus on personal growth and education instead of merely surviving. I beg to move this motion standing in my name. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Honorable members, the question proposed is, whereas Section 25(1) of the Tobago House of Assembly Act 40 of 1996 provides for the THA to have the policy responsibility for matters set out in its 5th schedule, for which housing is item 31 on the said schedule. And whereas the 5th schedule makes provision for the THA to have policy formulation and implementation responsibility for 32 other sectors aligned to housing development, including infrastructure, state lands, community development, social welfare, health and town and country planning. And whereas there's a high demand for low-cost housing on the island of Tobago, which is unmet due to high cost of home construction contributing to poor living conditions, especially in rural areas in Tobago, and whereas the Tobago House of Assembly has adhered to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals at its 30th sitting in its Honorable House by alignment with the Tobago Development Strategy, the greatest little island on the planet to, among others, achieve the SDG goals for housing. Be it resolved that this House examines the impact of the housing crisis in Tobago on the social, economic, environmental, and cultural fabric of Tobago and its prospects for rural village expansion. Be it further resolved, this House urges the Executive Council to implement a committee to draft a policy document guided by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals for better housing and sustainable communities by accelerating low housing provisions. Member for Palliative Lands to May Speyside, you may join the debate.
A pleasant good afternoon is extended to the presiding officer, listening and online audience, and to you, my fellow colleagues on both minority and majority side. It has been brought to the House's attention that there is a high demand for low-cost housing. This, obviously, is a serious concern to any loving and caring government. Mr. Presiding Officer, I seek leave for Standing Order 42-6.
Leave is granted.
We admit that there are many factors standing in the way of home ownership, including access to tendered land and low incomes and poverty. Poverty is hell, the great mighty Shadow once sang, raising awareness of how poverty was detrimental in an era for our country's history. He obviously lamented about conditions in Tobago, but it is not too difficult to imagine that poverty is still pervasive in Tobago. As a matter of fact, 24% of Tobago's population lived in poverty, and this was in 2015 before the pandemic. Given the fact that Tobago has not fully recovered from the pandemic, poverty levels in Tobago are likely to be closer to 30%. Mr. Presiding Officer, poverty and poor housing conditions go together. And this is which we, on this side, has developed a policy of affordable housing to meet needs through low-cost housing.
Low-cost housing in rural areas in Tobago has significantly enhanced education by promoting family stability, improving school attendance, and fostering better mental and emotional well-being among children. There has been an increase in improved infrastructure and support services for housing in Roxborough. For example, better trained teachers and more resources community-centered learning initiative, the Roxborough Hospital Administrative Complex, fire and police stations, and others such as adult education after-school programs has empowered both children and adults. Economic empowerment through vocational and technical education have created local job opportunities and reduces the urban-rural divide. Furthermore, long-term economic benefits such as increased investment in rural communities and improved public services have further enhanced educational opportunities. Sustainable practices such as environmental, educational, and agricultural learning have prepared students for green industries and foster a connection to local heritage at local institutions like the Tourism and Hotel Institute and the Kendall Farm School. Improved parent involvement and family literacy programs have boosted students' outcomes and created a culture of lifelong learning. By reducing urban overcrowding and attracting and retaining teachers, low-cost housing in the variety of housing projects across Tobago.
Member, please give way.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I seek clarification. The member for Palliservere Lands for me Speyside seems to enjoy patting herself on the back. Can you please share with the House, member, what systems have been put in place to mitigate the issue of flooding and landslides in these areas that negatively impact the housing development? I must note that this was a problem in 2010 and it is still a problem in 2021. Are we still hoping that
Members, please be reminded of Standing Order 49B.
Are we still hoping that God is a Tobagonian so he can come and help us fix this problem? What is being done? Yes, poverty is hell, but what is being done? Anthony.
Member, you may continue your presentation.
As I said, for example, Roxborough. When we had placed local housing in Roxborough, Roxborough is now able to hold public holidays. It is also parlors up in Roxborough are able to gain profit just by low-cost housing that we have placed in Roxborough. So, anyways.
Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
All right. By reducing urban overcrowding and attracting and retaining teachers, low-cost housing in the variety of housing projects across Tobago have contributed a more equitable and effective educational system in rural areas in Tobago. For the 6 schools in Tobago, which scored above the national mean in SCA 2014, 5 of them came from rural Tobago country schools. This policy of affordable housing has 4 main pillars. The first is for low-income housing. The second is for affordable housing. The third is grants and subsidies. And the fourth is partnerships. For delivery, the housing policy process has been implemented to ensure that housing development are well planned.
Has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I beg to move that additional 2 minutes of speaking time be given to the member to finish her presentation.
Members, the question is that 2 minutes of additional speaking time be given to the member. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against say no. The ayes have it. Member, you may continue your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. The housing policies process has been implemented to ensure that housing development are well planned and integrated with local educational needs to maximize their impact. Mr. Presiding Officer, hear my pleas. The people of the majority wants to tend to their people. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you for your contribution. Member for Roxborough Argyle, you may join the debate.
Mr. Presiding Officer, members of this honorable house, and viewers in the public gallery, I bid you a good afternoon. Mr. Presiding Officer, I seek leave for Standing Order 42-6 to read extracts from my presentation.
Leave is granted.
According to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, everyone has the right to a standard of living, adequate for the health and well-being of himself and of his family, including food, clothing, and housing. The Sustainable Development Goal 11.1 targets to ensure access for all to adequate, affordable, and safe housing, basic services, and to upgrade slums by 2030. May I remind this honorable house that we are at the end of 2024. Putting this administration in a challenging position of meeting this goal in a very short time frame of 6 years. And all the majority like to say is, we already have policies in place, but where is the product? We must be mindful that we do not equate the term low-cost housing with cheap or inferior settlements for our citizens, but allow everyone their human right of dignified access. Let it be written in the Hansa report that not only do we need to create affordable and accessible houses, but we need to create homes. Now, we like to say that one does full buckets, but we had to stop that nonsense, eh? We have to. Give the people what they need and more. Mr. Presiding Officer, I propose 4 policies to guide this August House in guaranteeing that Tobagonians have access to what is simply the right. 1, appropriate land management and zoning policy. 2, development of community land trust. 3,
Member, please give way.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I stand on the point of order, Standing Order 43.
Member.
Hello and good afternoon to all. Mr. Presiding Officer, well, I heard it's 2024. That is true, but we do have policies for low housing in Tobago already. May I mention Chef Pro, located in Lowlands Mall, Tobago? In that area, Chef Pro offices container housing for all at the low price of $182,000. I'm hearing today that you are mentioning 2030. Okay, it's 2024 and we already have policies in place for that. Chef Pro is already selling their container homes, which, may I add, is already durable and can withstand the sea, which in Tobago is a good thing. That means it's very strong and durable for any hurricanes and bad weather in Tobago. They are located in Trinidad, Tobago, and they are starting to branch all around the world. So I'm hearing 2024. How about you go to Chef Pro and see 2024 on their opening day?
You're right. This is the first time I hear him your chef pro, right? So you say you have policies in place, but why are you not making them known to the people of Tobago? Whom is benefiting from these policies? Is it you? Is it your family? Or is it your slush fund? I retract. May I continue? 3, the education of Tobagonians on the merits of long-term financial literacy and wealth creation. 4, creation of a Tobago Contractors Registry. Mr. Presiding Officer, it is vital that in our drive to promote housing and infrastructure to our citizens, that we preserve the natural beauty and food-producing capability of our island through the use of proper approvals by certified...
Your time has expired. Member for Bagatelle Bacalet, you may join the debate.
Finish your presentation.
Members, the question put is that the member be given 2 minutes of additional speaking time. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against say no. The ayes have it. Member, you can continue your presentation.
It is vital that we preserve the natural beauty and food-producing capability of our island through the use of proper approvals by certified or qualified statutory bodies before venturing into housing development. There must be an adherence to town and country planning to ensure the protection of areas important for Tobago's tourism.
Member, please give way, and member, please remember when rebutting, try to give the member some speaking time.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Mr. Presiding Officer, I stand on an order of clarification. Member of Argyle or Roxborough Argyle, whichever order you want to put it in, the real right is the right to development. Since in the 1960s, there were low-income housing in Milford Court, Codler Hall Phase 1, and even in Boko. So apparently, you are a foreigner to your own land, because how can the minority not know these simple things that is occurring in our own country? Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Member, you may continue your presentation.
All right. Mr. Presiding Officer, my granny used to tell me that empty barrels make the most noise. All right. I will continue. The Community Land Trust is an increasingly important strategy.
Member, please be reminded of Standing Order 49B.
It's an increasingly important strategy for addressing affordability of land and housing for low-income residents. CLT organizations acquire land and hold it in trust for the benefit of the local communities, providing opportunities for residents below a certain income threshold to lease the land and buy or rent affordable housing. In order for the people of Tobago to become more financially independent...
Member, please give way.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I stand on a point of Standing Order 45-4, in which the member is using insultive language.
Member, I'm asking you to retract your statement.
The statement is retracted. Apologies. Right? It is vital that we must use education as a mode to independence. Persons should be privy to learning about and understanding wealth creation from an early age. And might I say, Mr. Presiding Officer, that primary school is a suitable time to start discussions on savings, home ownership, and mortgages, so that when they are ready to invest in a home, they do not have to depend on grants or lend hand.
Member, your time has expired. Thank you,
Mr. Presiding Officer.
Member for Bagatelle Bacalet, you may join the debate.
Mr. Presiding Officer, fellow members and viewers in the public gallery, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, for granting me the opportunity to present on a pressing and crucial topic. Mr. Presiding Officer, I would love to applaud the minority in their efforts to promote the implementation of a draft policy document to create low-cost housing for Tobagonians, but we, the majority, refuse to be blinded by another proposed scheme to devour taxpayers' money. Mr. Presiding Officer, let us first look at the economic constraints when it comes to creating a new committee. Tobago already has government agencies that is involved in the planning, development, and distribution of affordable housing. For example, the Town and Country Planning Division, which is already tasked with ensuring the orderly and progressive development of land in both urban and rural areas. Therefore, adding...
Member, please give way.
That the lady did not request to extract words from her speech.
Member, please accept approval.
My apologies. Mr. Presiding Officer, I ask leave at Standing Order 42.6 to extract from my speech.
Leave is granted.
Therefore, adding an executive committee could lead to the confusion and inefficiencies, a redundancy, and overlapping responsibilities. Mr. Presiding Officer, we must look at the affordability crisis, particularly within the eastern side of Tobago, which accounts for 45% of the population, and the rural northeast, which it comprises of 70% of land mass. There is a high startup cost for developing homes, which ranges from $182,000 to $300,000 to grade the land, especially within these hilly rural areas. One such alternative, as I mentioned before, is repurposing shipping containers for housing, which reduces the need for new building materials, where the same starting price of $182,000 could be used to have a 3-bedroom home. This administration is already developing an initiative to cooperate with, as I mentioned before, Chef Pro, who also offers financial assistance in teaming up with banks to give the people of Tobago the house they deserve. This is an effective approach because container homes can be constructed faster than traditional housing. Since shipping containers are already pre-built, they are modified into livable spaces.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I stand on Standing Order 43 to right to reply. But wait, Chef Pro have all these houses and expenses. What are the people doing to get them expenses, to pay for the housing containment, and for them to live together?
Member, you may continue with your presentation.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I stand on the Standing Order 43. As I just mentioned, Chef Pro does offer financial aid, teaming up with banks to help their people. In fact, Chef Pro has become so popular they are on many social medias that you can whip out your phone and look yourself. Chef Pro is durable and can be built up together to create apartments, which can help with these bills that they have and can be an additional income for families. There are benefits to these shipping containers.
Member, please give way.
I stand on Standing Order 43, right to reply. Member, you say that the Chef Pro works with the bank. The same bank that you will borrow a loan of 18K and then have to pay back 60K.
That is straight rip off on our people. How could you say that they are caring about us when they clearly don't? Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Member, you may continue with your presentation. And you also have 1 minute remaining.
Yes, I do agree. The bank does seem like it does rip off our people. But there are also many other ways to get this financial help than other than working with the bank. There's PPP, public-private partnerships that help with these finances, where you don't have to trust the bank, but you could go to many other financial aids that helps with grants that could help you in an efficient and timely manner. The benefits of the environment with these shipping containers are green zones, land that is partially covered by vegetation, both grass and trees, to assist with reducing our carbon footprint. Reason being, maintaining a high proportion of green spaces keeps the developed area cool.
Your time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Member, you may rise.
In the air, there's many things that's going on in our climate. How is there a way that we can fix this? Well, these shipping containers, they use an alternative for electricity, a battery storage system that can be used to store this energy, which can then be distributed among the low-cost housing community or container housing community. This cuts costs and reduces the strain on T&Tech. On CDG6, Clean Energy, the integration of grey water recycling system, this is where the water used for washing dishes and clothes can be collected and heated to reduce the strains of communities.
Member, please give way, and 1 minute remains.
Mr. Presiding Officer, it is clear that the member for Bagatelle Bacalet is clearly not on the side of the people. You are more focused about what would be easier for the government and organizations and the people. Instead of putting them in shipping containers, what you should be doing is making communities that mix both the rich and the poor so that they feed off of each other and it actually creates a community where children can thrive and actually be themselves, not stuffing them away in a container. Good. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Member, you can continue your presentation.
Mix the rich and the poor? Understandable. Have a better community for children? Even better. That's why reducing all these things on the government will be
Member,
better.
your time has expired.
A minute.
Member for Better Said Lescato, you can join the debate.
Good afternoon, Mr. Presiding Officer, members of this honorable house, those in the public gallery, and members of the media. Mr. Presiding Officer, I seek leave for Standing Order 42.6.
Leave is granted.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. On behalf of all the assemblymen from their district represented here, I am pleased to express gratitude for the opportunity to contribute to this milestone debate, which impacts heavily on education. Housing, like education, is considered as a human right. And whereas the Universal Declaration of Human Rights affirmed the right to development and the right to housing in Article 25. The very next article, Article 26, speaks about the right to education. Mr. Presiding Officer, we all know this song by Mighty Sparrow, Education. It says, education, education, this is the foundation. Our rising population needs sound education. To be recognized anywhere you go, have your certificates to show. To enjoy any kind of happiness, knowledge is the key to success. Children, go to school and learn well. Otherwise, later in your life, you're going to catch real hell. Hell is not a nice place, Mr. Presiding Officer, and a lack of education leads to persistent poverty because low-income jobs and elementary occupations attract the lowest wages. These same low wages in turn relegate the majority of persons to the mercy of renting or living in poor housing conditions because of the inability to afford a home. As Secretary of Education, I will attempt to show how a legacy of state under-provision of adequate education in Tobago has led to a poor educational profile of our labor force, persistent poverty, low wages, and unmet housing demand. Mr. Presiding Officer, when I sat SCA examinations in 2016, Tobago was now fully on board with universal secondary education. The problem, however, Mr. Presiding Officer, is that Tobago achieved universal secondary education in 2003, when the national policy was to achieve education for all the year by 2000. Further back, 22 years prior in 1994, the Education White Paper revealed that while there were secondary school spaces for 70% of those primary school students in Trinidad, only 40% had spaces in Tobago. This is what triggered the construction of secondary schools at Mason Hall, Speyside, and Goodwood. This has left, Mr. Presiding Officer, a residue of 25% of the Tobago labor force with primary education as the highest form. Moreover, even though 18,200 persons, or 59% of the labor force, have secondary education as the highest form, a full 24%, or 1 in every 4 persons in this group, have no subjects. This totaled 5,000 persons in 2022, Mr. Presiding Officer. Only 6,200 persons, 6,200 persons have 5 or more subjects, which is 32% in this group. Mr. Presiding Officer, out of the 18,200 persons in the labor force, 66% either have no subjects or less than 5 subjects. The pandemic, Mr. Presiding Officer, exposed how poor living conditions affected learning. This year, the proportion of SEA students scoring less than 30% and considered remedial was 14% both in Tobago and Trinidad. However, during the pandemic, the level rose to 33% as the students sitting the SEA. The education loss during the pandemic is still being felt, as this was due to the fact that many students did not have a secure place to study quietly, having adequate electricity, lack of internet service, and lack of devices and parental support for supervision.
Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Training programs at Tobago Institute of Literacy and in collaboration with community development to bring skills development and adult literacy to the adult workforce to enhance their capacity and entrepreneurial potential for them to earn as business owners and not laborers. For instance, adult literacy programs such as REACH have been instrumental in equipping adults with basic literacy and numeracy skills. These programs often provide a second chance to individuals who are unable to complete their formal education, allowing them to navigate modern workplaces and start their own businesses. Rural communities like Palatuve and Moriah have seen marked improvements in literacy levels, which positively impact family dynamics and community development. In parallel, skills development initiatives focusing on carpentry and automotive repair have been game.
Member, your time has expired.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I beg to move that additional 2 minutes of speaking time be given to the member to finish his presentation.
Members, the question puts that the member be given 2 minutes of additional speaking time. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Member, you may continue with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Programs like the Youth Skills Training Program and Technical Vocational Education and Training offer hands-on training and certification in these fields. This is how education can be used to lift capacity and bring persons out of poverty to the point of being able to afford higher standards of living and housing. In closing, Mr. Presiding Officer, I'd like to leave with the minority. When your neighbor house pan fire, wet yours. And the THA has been doing just that by issuing policies that will prevent the spread of this crisis. I thank you.
Member for Mason Hall Mariah, you may now join the debate.
A pleasant afternoon is extended to the respected members of the House and the distinguished guests. Mr. Presiding Officer, I would like to seek leave for Standing Order 42.6 to read extracts from my speech.
Leave is granted.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I am bothered and bewildered. But before I tell you about my predicament, let me first thank you for this opportunity to contribute to this debate. And I wish all my members a happy Tobago Day. Mr. Presiding Officer, I am bothered and bewildered by this motion because this motion seeks this side to do what it has done, planned to do, or is already doing. The dream of home ownership is a universal aspiration, and in Tobago, the government, through the Division of Settlements, Public Utilities, and Rural Development, is working diligently to make this dream a reality for as many Tobagonians as possible. By implementing a series of innovative policies and initiatives, the division is making significant strides in providing affordable housing solutions. One of the key strategies employed by the division is the implementation of subsidized land programs. These programs offer lower rates to low-income earners, making it easier for them to afford by selling approved state lands for housing at a rate of $15 per square foot instead of $40 per square foot on the market. This means that a lot of land which may cost $200,000 on the open market now costs $75,000. By reducing the cost of land, the division empowers individuals and families to crossing their first hurdle in the race for home ownership, which is access to land. Did you know, Mr. Presiding Officer, that this position is supported by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal for no poverty, this goal has a target which states that by 2030, member states should ensure that all men and women, in particular the poor and the vulnerable, have equal rights to economic resources as well as access to basic services, ownerships and control over land and other forms of property. Inheritance, natural resources, appropriate new technology, and financial services, including microfinance. If the minority does not believe me, then they can simply Google it. Another crucial aspect of the division's approach is the provision of affordable housing, which is by the creation of the Urban Rural Housing Company, URHC, which is Tobago's version of the HDC in Trinidad. This company was established to provide favorable financing options to developers.
Member, please give way.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I seek a clarification. Yes, I seek clarification. Can the member of Mason Hall Mariah please explain how you say that you are providing financial needs for everyone, the poor and the vulnerable? But I recall there are a large amount of homeless people in Tobago now. Everywhere you look, even right outside of this house, there is a homeless man. So could you please explain to me, how are you implementing these policies and using them and doing it? But then there's so many homeless people. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Member, you may continue with your presentation.
I am the government, not a mystical creature. If the poor does not say something, then they will not be heard. Right. As I was saying,
Member, 1 minute remaining.
by reducing the cost of construction and development, the URAT can help keep housing prices competitive and accessible to a wider range of people. Government subsidies play a vital role in making housing more affordable. By subsidizing land, infrastructure, and construction costs, the government can significantly reduce the overall cost of housing projects. This allows the URAC to offer more affordable homes to low-income individuals and families, ensuring that everyone has a chance to own a home. In addition, the URAC is committed to providing housing options in various locations across Tobago by constructing homes in strategic locations. The URAC ensures that housing is accessible.
Member, your time has expired.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I beg to move that additional 2 minutes of speaking time to be given to the member to finish her speech.
Members, the question put is that the member be given 2 minutes of additional speaking time. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? Member, you can continue your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. The URAT ensures that housing is accessible to people in different communities. This approach helps to address the diverse needs of Tobagonians and promotes balanced development across the island. Mr. Presiding Officer, the URAC's partnership with Habitat for Humanity further strengthens its efforts to provide affordable housing. By working together, these organizations can pool their resources and expertise to create innovative...
Please give way.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I seek clarification. Can the member of Mason Hall, Mariah, she has basically just said that she is willing to deprive the poor of their rights if they do not speak up, when it is her job to send out people to do censuses and to check the property. What do you mean if they don't speak up, they won't be heard? Did you hear yourself?
Member, you can continue your presentation and 1 minute remains.
Member, please do not put words in my mouth. I did not say that. If you open your ears, you will simply hear that I am doing the opposite. I will continue. This collaboration allows the URAC to reach even more people and make a lasting impact on the lives of Tobagonians. I thank you.
Thank you for your contribution. Member for Bethel New Grange, you may join the debate.
Good afternoon, Mr. Presiding Officer, esteemed colleagues and viewers both present and online. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at this timely debate. I am Kaysan Abdul Wadud, a proud representative for Bethel New Grange. Mr. Presiding Officer, I seek leave under Standing Order 42.6 to read extracts from my presentation.
Leave is granted.
Before I start, I would like to address the member for Mason Olmera. You clearly said if the poor does not address you and doesn't say something, they won't be heard. But listen, you cannot reduce the people of Tobago to statistics. They are human beings. Something must be done. You are saying you are implementing policies. You are saying you are doing things, but the problem still persists. People are still suffering every single day. Today I stand before you to address a crucial issue. While the provision of low-cost housing may seem like an obvious solution, I urge us to consider the bigger picture. Diving headfirst into accelerating low-cost housing is not the first step towards achieving better housing and sustainable communities. Instead, we must prioritize two essential foundations: ensuring that Tobagonians have legal ownership of the lands they occupy, and simplifying and streamlining the approval process for building on these lands. Without these steps, any effort to provide housing will be like building on an unstable ground, a temporary fix without long-term impact. I ask you now, is this what you want for Tobago? In rural villages, poor housing affects community development and growth, as families struggle to afford decent homes. This causes a perpetual cycle of poverty and environmental degradation. Additionally, squatting in informal settlements where people build homes on lands they do not own or have permission to use is a widespread issue. These communities lack basic infrastructure like water, sanitation, and electricity, further contributing to poor living standards. Many persons have limited opportunities to legally acquire land, which can push them into squatting. Legal ownership gives people the security to invest in their homes, not having to worry about land disputes or eviction. Habitat for Humanity has highlighted in 2019 that more than 110,000 people were on the waiting list for government-subsidized housing, with some expecting to wait up to 25 years. Mr. Presiding Officer, that is ridiculous. The government and the Assembly have attempted to increase the supply of housing through construction programs, time and time again. As seen with the Tobago...
Please give way. Mr. Presiding Officer, I stand on an order of clarification. Member, approval process for housing is already automated. Would you like to know the name of this? It is called developed TT, and squatting is not widespread. Know what you're saying in this house. Thank you.
What do you mean squatting is not widespread? Can't you see what is going on in Tobago? People are planting things on lands they do not own and do not have permission to. As I continue with my debate, as seen with the Tobago Home Ownership Plan for Young People, the Home Construction Grant, the Home Improvement Grant and Subsidy, and even the provision of subsidized housing units. Yet, the housing problem still persists. So,
Member, your time has expired. Member, please be reminded of Standing Order 44. Councillor Willington, you may join the debate.
Presiding Officer, I beg to move that additional 2 minutes of speaking time be given to the member to finish his presentation.
Members,
Members,
the question put is that the member be given 2 minutes of additional speaking time. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against say no? The ayes have it. Member, you can continue your presentation.
Before I continue, I find the majority very disrespectful. Is this a good look in the eyes of Tobagonians? We persist that the Assembly must fix the root cause of the problem before we take any other steps. Do you know that acquiring a home is becoming increasingly difficult for not just the
Member, please give way.
Mr. Presiding Officer, the member is stating that the majority is being disrespectful. However, we are only hearing hearsay from the minority. Where are the statistics?
Okay, well, I'm going to give you the statistics now. As I was saying, do you know that acquiring a home is becoming increasingly difficult for not just the lower class,
Member, 1 minute remains.
but also the middle class? According to Habitat for Humanity, in 2019, Trinidad and Tobago Ministry of Housing and Urban Development estimated that 200,000 people, about 90% of the population, lived in informal settlements. Most persons, especially those residing in rural areas, reside on lands with no legal claim to said lands. These persons cannot utilize mortgage services and have to build out of pocket. We have already established that the majority of Tobagonians barely earn enough to sustain themselves, much less to build or even renovate their current homes. Our emphasis should not be on creating new housing initiatives, but empowering our citizens by providing land regularization for new
Member,
land.
your time has expired. Councillor Willington, you may join the debate.
To the presiding officer, members of this honorable house on my side and opposite, and to you, the viewers and listeners online. Mr. Presiding Officer, before I start, I would like to seek leave for Standing Order 42-6, in which I will read extracts from my presentation.
Leave is granted.
Before I get down into my presentation, I would just like to address a few of the minorities. To Assemblyman Lewis, you inquired about the savoring of the land's beauty, but all you talk about is build, 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 and build. Although I agree with the stance, it is within a certain range in which this can be done. I beg, be considerate. Another one of your statements, and you again stated, I quote, putting them in containers as followed from your other assemblyman. Putting them in containers. May I ask you if you are aware of the reasons why containers are considered when talking about housing? Are you aware of deforestation and savoring the environment? I will ask you to retract your statement. To the presiding officer, again, I say good morning and members of this house. At this time, the motion is clear.
Mr. Presiding Officer, since we want to go down that route, right? So she's saying that containers are more suitable. But what about, wait, let me speak. So what about building up instead of across, right? We all know that Tobago has very little land space, and most of that is the forest reserve. So instead of putting down containers, we can build taller buildings which can fit people, and we can create rules and regulations to develop a culture that can actually develop the persons. This is a community.
Members, you please be reminded to direct any questions to other assemblymen through me. You may continue your presentation.
To the clarification of Assemblyman Lewis, I did not state that containers were more suitable than housing. I asked, I quote, I asked if you were aware of the reason in which containers are considered when talking about housing. I thank you. To continue my debate, the motion is set, and my position and stance would be even more clear. I am Councillor Wellington and is pleased to address this motion, low housing in the island of Tobago. As stated in the Tobago House of Assembly Act 40 of 1996, the Tobago House of Assembly is responsible for the town and country planning and housing in Tobago. And with this, I agree with the motion. Yes, low housing can have many benefits for individuals, families, and communities. These benefits, in which includes financial stability, if you may. Affordable housing can help low-income families save and invest for the future. Affordable housing units also have lower purchase prices and real estate tax than market rate units. When a large portion of residents struggle with high housing costs, it can hinder economic and development growth. As stated by the head of finance in a dated conversation. And I must say, we as the government are aware of all these and many more. But I must object to your stance, the minority, and how you present this information in which may mislead the members of this united discussion. I again say, we as the government agree with low housing in the island of Tobago.
Member, your time has expired.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I beg to move that additional 2 minutes of speaking time be given to the member to finish her presentation.
Members, the question put is that the member be given 2 minutes of additional speaking time. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against say no. The ayes have it. Member, you may continue with your presentation.
As I thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, as I continue with my presentation, I would like to inform the minority that there are programs in place for this matter of low housing in the island of Tobago. And these programs in which has high advantages for the minority and for low-income owners in Trinidad and Tobago. You expect so much of us to do just one thing, to do such an advanced thing in 1 month or 1 year? Please be considerate. It is unjust of you to present this motion in a way that makes it seem that we have nothing. We do have things in place, I repeat. But might I remind you, we are not God or any figurative being.
Member, please give way.
Mr. Presiding Officer, the member is stating that they want to implement all these things in 1 year. But the people in the chamber have been in here for approximately 3 years. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Mr. Presiding Officer.
1 minute remains.
Mr. Presiding Officer, with the intervenience of Assemblyman, I would like to state that I did not say that. Right. As I continue with my debate, I remind you that we are not God or any figurative being. This cannot be done in a small range of time. So I beg the minority to be considerate. We are humans as well. Are you, the minority, saying that we as Tobagonians and who are people living in this country do not want low housing? Of course we do. We want low housing and it will be implemented. Member, so I ask, be considerate. Member, I thank you.
The time has expired. Member for Mount St. George, Goodwood, you may now join the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. I must first congratulate the Tobago House of Assembly because it is a relief to hear that it has been given the responsibility for housing based on Act 40 of 1996 under the first schedule through town, country, and planning. However, in Trinidad and Tobago, especially Tobago, persons do not have the privilege of being homeowners. Yes, there is a high demand for low-cost housing on the island. Mr. Presiding Officer, the impact of rural village expansions and its implications to Tobago's socio-economic and environmental development is a pending issue that needs your attention. Mr. Presiding Officer, the Universal Declaration for Human Rights states in Article 3, and I quote, "Everyone has the right to life, liberty."
Mr. Presiding Officer, as a reminder, member is not reading without asking for way. Standing Order 42-6.
Member, please ask way.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Mr. Presiding Officer, I seek leave on Standing Order 42-6 to read extracts from my speech, please.
Leave is granted.
Everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of person. End quote. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues of this esteemed house, under Article 17, 1 and 2 also states that everyone has the right to own property alone as well as in association with others, and no one should be indiscriminately deprived of his property. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals aims to provide access to adequate, safe, and affordable housing by the year 2030. Global statistics suggest that nearly 2 billion people are experiencing homelessness or living grossly inadequate, unsafe, or cramped conditions. In the Caribbean region, territories such as Jamaica, Haiti, and Dominica see as much as approximately 9.2% of the population experiencing homelessness. The aim of the Housing Sustainable Goal for 2030 has been put forward by the United Nations hope to usher in Sustainable Goals website, bearing in mind the Sustainable Goals for low-cost housing, which must be environmentally sensible, affordable, and socially equitable. These types of housing projects will contribute to healthier, safer living conditions for low-income earners. If you, Mr. Presiding Officer, are an avid reader and researcher, you should be aware of what housing issues there are and what demands good living conditions. Just July of this year, the central government spent approximately $1.56 million in housing grants. Kudos to them. How can these individuals pay the mortgages that come with these houses?
Member, please give way.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I seek clarification from Assemblyman. You speak of statistics without giving reference to where it is from. I beg, give information properly. Thank you very much.
Member, you may continue with your presentation.
If you, Mr. Presiding Officer, are an avid reader and researcher, you should be able to aware of what housing issues there are and what demands good living conditions. Just July of this year, the central government spent approximately $1.56 million in housing grants. Kudos to them.
Member, you have 1 more minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. However, can these same individuals pay the mortgages that come with these housings? Are things being put in place to improve the high demand for housing in this country? Imagine, nearly 20% of total households, or 77,806 persons, have some type of rental arrangement. Mr. Presiding Officer, I don't even want to touch the topic on renting. The housing unit with the mortgages must be fit to the individual's income. Nobody could be working for less than $4,000 a month and still pay a mortgage. Nobody could do that and still live. We already have a society that has more money for the champagne taste mentality. Give them quality living conditions that would allow them to feel comfortable and satisfied. Mr. Presiding Officer, in 2023, the Housing Minister categorically stated that 762 families were given
Member,
grants.
your time has expired.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I beg to move that additional 2 minutes of speaking time be given to the member. Please.
Members, the question put is that the member be given 2 minutes of additional speaking time. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any against, say no. The ayes have it. Member, you can continue with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. And to top that off, a whopping 12 million was allocated for this
Member,
financial
please give
year.
way.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I stand on a point of clarification in which I stand on standing order, the right to reply. Assemblyman asked if there is something being done. And I don't know if you heard me, but in my presentation, I said there are upcoming programs that are being done and are being put in place for this. So I thank you.
Member, you can continue with your presentation.
Trinidad Express in the Caribbean, as stated by the... Wait, me say. And to top that off, a whopping 12 million was allocated for this financial year, as reported by the Trinidad Express. In the Caribbean, as stated by the CDB, the unmet demand by changing settlement partners has resulted in insufficient housing provision, as evidenced by informal settlements, particularly in urban areas. There is no way a housing scheme or development can happen without damaging the flora that this lovely little island on the planet uses to attract tourists, especially bird watchers. It is more serious than you think, come now, man.
Member, your time has expired. Member for Signal Hill Patience Hill, you may join the debate.
Good afternoon, Mr. Presiding Officer, honorable members of this House, and viewers in the gallery. I seek a standing order 42-6 to read extracts from my presentation.
Leave is granted.
Housing is not just buildings. It's about people, their family, and their future. And Mr. Presiding Officer, Tobago housing crisis needs action now, not later. The THL financial report shows millions of dollars being allocated for housing. For example, 20 million for Server Road housing development, 7 million for Adventure Phase 2, and 14 million for social assistance housing program. These sound impressive, but the real question is, where are the homes? Where is the progress? Mr. Presiding Officer, it's not just about writing big numbers in a report. It's about delivering real results to the people of Tobago. But like that can't happen, as the old people say, still broke in all the ears. A young woman from Castara told me, she's been on a house list for
Member,
years.
please give way.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I stand on a point of order, standing order 43, right to reply. The member has asked, where is the evidence of these housing developments? But I am here as a testament to that. I do in fact live in one of these housing units.
Well, Assemblyman, don't bother. Well, Assemblyman, I would like to reply to you. You live in one, but what about these homeless people? What about the homeless man out there naked? What are you doing? She said I've heard promises about new homes so many times, it's starting to feel like an old song. Housing is also connected to other important areas like health, which is important. For example, 19.2 million has been set aside for hospital equipment and 6 million for new ambulances. These are good steps, but Mr. Presiding Officer, let me be real. If people are unsafe, unhealthy, or overcrowded, it doesn't matter how many ambulances we have, they'll always be needed. This motion is important because it pushes us to look at the big picture here. It's not just about building houses. It's about building better communities where people can live safely and comfortably. The THA says they are following the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and Tobago Development Strategy. That's good, but we have to ask, is it just talk or is it where is the progress? Mr. Presiding Officer, I support this motion. This is because I won't blaming anyone. It's about making sure the money being spent actually helps people it's meant for. We as a minority are here to remind the THA to stay focused. Promises are not enough. People need results. I support this motion because it will ensure that THA stays on track and keeps delivering for the people of Tobago. Let's make sure that no one in Castara, Moriah, or Adventure has to suffer with this problem anymore and has to wait years for a basic right like housing. Mr. Presiding Officer, it's time for us to act now. Let's turn these replans into real homes for real people. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Member for Signal Hill Patience Hill? No, sorry. Member for Lambo Lowlands, you may join the debate.
A pleasant afternoon to Mr. Presiding Officer, and I thank you for offering me the opportunity to speak on this motion. And good afternoon to the members of this honorable House and viewers. Mr. Presiding Officer, I seek leave for Standing Order 42.6 to read extract from my speech.
Leave is granted.
Proper housing is a human necessity and right. Housing that protects one from both the weather and the outside world. This motion states that by improving the standard of living for residents of Tobago through provision of affordable housing solutions, communities can be enhanced through urban renewal and the functioning of public utilities can be improved. While we acknowledge this very pressing need, it will be remiss of us if we did not first ask the question, where is Tobago receiving finances from to fund this policy throughout its entirety? It is one thing to talk a good talk, but where is the roadmap to work on it? The motion proposes accelerating low-cost housing provision, but this means we must have a clear and specific funding source. Considering that in 2019, Trinidad and Tobago's Ministry of Housing and Urban Development estimated that 19% of the population, which is about 200 people, live in informal settlements. Also, the wait list for government-subsidized housing at the time was approximately 139,000. And some of these people were waiting up to 25 years. So I think it's fair to say we cannot want champagne drinks and have soft drink money. We cannot want more houses in Tobago and we do not have the fundings for this. Given that Tobago currently depends heavily on Trinidad and only receive 4.35% of the budget. In order to serve our people and meet the needs of all, our budget allocation needs to be more. According to the Dispute Resolution Commission, Tobago can receive a range from 4.03 to 6.9%, yet we always receive closer to the lower boundary. You can't treat Tobago like a second-hand sibling and expect first-hand results. With this current budget, allocating significant resources to this policy may divert funds from critical areas like healthcare, education, and taxes may rise soon. So we must ask, How will this crucial policy be sustained without imposing a financial strain on the THA's current budget or increasing the tax burdens on citizens? Because let us be frank, the more the government has to give, the bigger the financial strain is placed on the government and us as citizens. So to build up more houses without a clear financial strategy that can be sustained throughout its entirety, not just at the beginning, but throughout its entirety to the end, will not benefit us. Mr. Presiding Officer, when you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And Tobago cannot afford any more failures. We deserve policies built on strategy.
Member, please give way.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I stand on a point of clarification. Member, you talk about increasing our budget and being able to provide higher, better homes and have a bigger budget. But where are we going to find that bigger budget? Do we have to negotiate with Trinidad over and over again, despite our fails in the past, to get the same results again?
Member, you can continue your presentation. And 1 minute remains.
I do not remember ever hearing the government asking for an increase in the budget. Anyways, I would like to continue on a smarter note. With this current budget allocating significant resources, on this policy would divert funding from critical areas like healthcare and education. Mr. Presiding Officer, additionally, it's known fact that in the Caribbean, government-led housing projects have historically faced challenges, and Tobago is no exception. The Trinidad and Tobago Self-Aid Housing Program was launched to provide low-income families with affordable housing by offering government assistance in building homes. While the program has been applauded...
Your time has expired.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I beg to move the additional 2 minutes of speaking time be given to the member to finish your presentation.
Members, the question put is that 2 minutes of additional speaking time be given. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against say no? The ayes have it. Member, you can continue with your presentation.
I believe that the THA could look into incremental housing. It's a starter home where they receive a foundation, and as they invest and save, they could possibly add on more to their home. This program will be targeted towards the elderly, single-parent families, and the disabled community.
Members, please be reminded of Standing Order 49C. Thank you.
This policy ensures that the starter homes are built with universal designs principles, ramps, wider doorways, and accessible bathrooms, so that every Tobagonian, regardless of ability and age, feels included. In Tobago, we have a saying, every bread has its cheese, meaning that there's a solution for every problem. The Incremental Housing Initiative is the solution, a policy that ensures that the disabled, the elderly, and struggling families get not just any shelter, but a shelter that they can thrive in. In conclusion, Mr. Presiding Officer, while the idea of improving the standard of living in Tobago through affordable housing sounds good on paper, in reality, it is far more complicated. We Tobagonians are tired of hearing the same song, especially when the records are broken and some of you all are singing off-key. Without a clear financial strategy or sustainable funding, we risk creating more problems than we solve. Don't put the cart before the horse. Let's tackle the deeper issue, fair budget allocation to Tobago first. Only then we can truly make progress and ensure that any policy we put forward will actually work for the people that it is meant to serve. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Member for Belgarden, Glamorgan, you may join the debate.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I rise with thanks for the opportunity to address this honorable House and share my view on this very pertinent topic. Mr. Presiding Officer, I seek leave for Standing Order 42.6 to read extracts from my presentation.
Leave is granted.
I would like to begin by putting this motion into perspective. This is a human rights issue. Today we are here to choose humanity over barbarity. Mr. Presiding Officer, a place to live is a basic necessity, and I am here to loudly state that I say yes to this. Should this THA provide low-cost housing for Tobagonians? Yes. To even think or act otherwise would be inhumane. Mr. Presiding Officer, this is why the Universal Declaration of Rights, Article 25, Section 1, states, and I quote, "Everyone has the right to a standard of living, adequate for the health and well-being of himself and of his family, including food, clothing, housing and medical care, and necessary social services, and the right to security in the event of unemployment, sickness, disability, widowhood, old age, or other lack of livelihood in circumstances beyond his control," end quote. According to the Tobago House of Assembly Act of 1996, the THA is responsible for housing and town and country planning on the island of Tobago. This means that it is our duty to provide approved housing as needed for our island citizens. As a UN member, Trinidad and Tobago is committed to meeting the UN Sustainable Development Goals, including goal number 11. Target 11.1 of that goal outlines, by 2030, ensure access for all to adequate, safe, and affordable housing and basic services, and upgrade slums. As a government, isn't it our duty to provide...
Member, please give way.
Mr. Presiding Officer, so the member states that they are on track to accomplishing this goal by 2030. However, if only a portion of Tobagonians who live abroad come back, we would need to build 2,000 homes a year to cater for them. And as it stands right now, THA will allocated only $2 million for housing developments, which can only build 3 houses. So tell me, how and why are you fooling the public with your policies and your claims? You're always saying it will happen, but when?
On a point of clarification, member for Roxborough Argyle, I never said that. I was reading a quote. To continue. Mr. Presiding Officer, there is no good reason why all persons' needs can't be met. Do not let the minority fool you into believing that we are doing nothing. The Home Ownership Made Equal program provides for the vulnerable. The low-income housing programs support constructing homes, and there are millions of dollars given out in grants and subsidies. The THA has offered and continue to offer to Tobagonians a wide range of initiatives to assist in making the dream of dignified home ownership a reality. Mr. Presiding Officer, the THA's affordable housing policy plans to expand rural villages to provide these needed housing units. Doing so will create economic growth. Rural village expansion will...
Member, 1 more minute remains.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Rural village expansion will create various job opportunities both now and in the future. And furthermore, with the expansion of the population in these areas, opportunities for an improved private sector will occur. Mr. Presiding Officer, this THA administration cares for its people, and our thrust to make homes more affordable is a perfect example. According to the 2011 census, 45.9% of Tobago's population is made up of dependents. And when building these housing units, the THA intends to create comprehensive communities. We plan to build recreational facilities, and such as indoor and outdoor sporting centers, playgrounds, and other such facilities. And doing so will provide enrichment for the social, physical, holistic development of our young and not so young persons. rather than having them sedentary at home and occupying the youth's time and keeping them off the street.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I beg to move that the additional 2 minutes of speaking time be given to the member to finish her presentation. Thank you.
Members, the question put is that 2 minutes of additional speaking time be given to the member. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any against say no. The ayes have it. Member, you can continue your presentation.
In conducting these expansions, Mr. Presiding Officer, the THA will preserve Tobago's indigenous flora and fauna by complying with all laws and regulations to mitigate this project's effect on the environment. We plan to do our due diligence to create sustainable communities made from eco-friendly materials. The THA is committed to implementing the various new developments in building materials and techniques, such as prefabricated houses as well as container homes. As a modern government, we are accepting other advancements that change and challenge the status quo. The goal is to make these homes energy efficient by using natural lighting. We plan to utilize larger windows to remove the reliance on electric lighting, as well as building the homes in such a way that is suitable for our climate and rising temperatures globally. Mr. Presiding Officer, as I draw to the end of my presentation this afternoon, I pose the question, where has the minority been living? The THA has and is implementing policies and programs, such as the Home Ownership Made Equal program, the Low-Income Housing program, the Public Officers Subsidized Housing program, and various grants and subsidies, and many more. No need to reinvent the wheel. If the minority was brave enough, they would be on this side. Mr. Presiding Officer, we have a say.
Member, your time has expired. Member for Bonaccord, Crown Point, you may join the debate.
Good afternoon, Mr. Presiding Officer, honorable members of the House on my side and opposite side, and viewers in the gallery. Mr. Presiding Officer, I seek leave for Standing Order 42.6 to read extracts from my presentation.
Leave is granted.
Thank you. My first point has a definition of what a home is. What is a home? A home, usually a safe haven or comfort zone where one permanently lives. Why do we need to have a home according to Maslow's hierarchy of needs? A shelter is a physical need. But if that isn't enough, I'll expand on this point. Apart from having a roof over your head, a home provides us with a sense of protection and shelter from the outside world. Having shelter is a basic necessity. This basic necessity is one of the major problems on the island of Tobago. The lack of homes available, not just available, but affordable to the citizens of Tobago. Let's look at rural village expansion. Rural village expansion is a process of improving the social and economic life, I repeat, social and economic life of rural communities. Rural village expansion is crucial not only because it can improve the quality of life of people of Tobago living in rural areas, it also helps infrastructure development and capacity building and many more. Furthermore, let's look at how many homes that are abandoned in each community and how we can put those homes into utilization. Let's not stop the THA from providing assistance to the citizens of Tobago. Let us not stop the THA from providing assistance to the citizens of Tobago as it aligns with their mandate and legal duty to improving living conditions. By providing affordable housing, the policy will help reduce social inequality of Tobago. Those in need will have better access to safe housing, reducing the gap between low-income families and wealthier households. This creates a more inclusive society, promoting equity and social stability. The THA's responsibility. Under Act 40 of 1996, as many of us know, the THA is responsible for town and country planning and housing in Tobago.
When the THA does this, they are simply abiding by their mandate and legal duty to improve living conditions. Therefore, if the THA is responsible for the town and country planning and housing in Tobago, according to Act 40 of 1996, as aforementioned, why are we trying to stop or discourage them? The THA's commitment to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
Member, please give way.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I stand on a point of order of Standing Order 43, the right to reply. If these houses are so affordable, how many people in your division own a home?
Member, you can continue with your presentation.
Mr. Presiding Officer, at this time, I am not replying to that comment or question. As I continue, the THA's responsibility. The THA's commitment to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals for better housing ensures that the island's housing policy aligns with international standards and goals. Let me repeat that statement. The THA's commitment to whom? The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals for better housing ensures that the island's housing policies align with international. Thank you. Align with international standards and goals, such as sustainable cities and communities. This enhances Tobago's reputation on a global scale and attracts further support and funding. Therefore, if proper research was done by the other side of the House, I am sure they will not be here debating about policies that are already in place. Thank you.
Member for Boko Mount Pleasant, you may join the debate.
A pleasant afternoon, Mr. Presiding Officer, my fellow colleagues on the minority and majority side, and everyone within the listening of my voice. Before I start, Mr. Presiding Officer, I seek leave at Standing Order 42.6 to read extract from my speech.
Leave is granted.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Before I begin, the members of the majority side state that they are not God or any mythical creatures. But when you came into this job and into this house, did you not know that it is your duty and position to provide houses for every citizen on this island? I'm very confused. They also say that there are programs in place and programs that are coming. But the real question is, when will we see these policies? When will we see this program? When? Moving on to my speech. Mr. Presiding Officer, it is brought to my attention that the sudden demand for houses isn't actually that sudden.
Member, please give way.
Assemblyman Melville, there's no reason to shout. All of the minorities coming up and talking utter nonsense. You all are stating that you're talking about this homeless man sleeping outside. Well, let me inform you. Barring the homeless, everyone have a home. Because regardless, he may not have a structure, he still have somewhere to reside for a while. And let me educate you on something. How can the division... Wait! As the Division of Education that understands psychology, how can you approach...
Member, please direct through me.
Sorry, Mr. Presiding Officer. How can the Division of Education approach individuals in such conditions? Individuals as such may suffer from psychological disorder. How can we approach these kinds of people for housing?
Member, you may continue with your presentation.
Mr. Presiding Officer, clearly the member is still confused or something. Maybe they hit their head. Because honestly, we are supposed to have houses for anybody disabled or mentally disabled. Thank you. Moving on smartly.
Member,
Accord.
please use correct, appropriate terms.
I'm sorry.
Parliamentary language.
What is again? I extract? I what? I retract. I retract my statement, Mr. Presiding Officer. According to the Daily Express article captioned, "The Road to $20.50 an hour," Finance Minister Colum Inbert announced the changes of wages on the 2023 to 2024 budget presentation on October the 2nd. The last increase was announced on the 1st of December 2019 when it was raised to $17.50. We gained a minimum wage on January the 1st, 2024 of $20.50 an hour. Yet somehow, Tobagonians still cannot afford houses. Many people know that the citizens of Tobago are very prideful and might not want to accept help. Therefore, I strongly believe that we should increase the pay of every citizen of Tobago's paycheck to empower individuals to pay for their own houses. Mortgages are at an all-time high, and property tax is the new scoop. With the small paycheck these unfortunate families have, will our country be making them pay mortgages and property tax at the same time? If we increase the citizens...
1 minute remains. Member, 1 minute remains. You may continue your presentation.
Majority members claim that they want to provide low-income houses for low-cost houses for low-income citizens. But with salaries like these, it is definitely impossible to afford a house. Finance Minister, Mr. Presiding Officer, the word on the street is that the THA gives houses out to families and friends nilly-willy, and those in high and middle class brackets who could afford to build or even pay for a house. This motion is just a sham. It is about time single parent...
Member, your time has expired. Member, you may stand.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I beg to move that additional 2 minutes of speaking time be given to member to finish her presentation.
Members, the question put is that 2 minutes of additional speaking time be given to the member. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against say no. The ayes have it. Member, you may continue with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. It is about time that the single parent homes, low-income parents' homes, about to be on the streets parent homes, stand up for their rights and get a home so that they will be not only able to afford a house, but their bills, groceries, and extracurricular activities for children. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
I stand on a point of clarification.
Members, you are unable to respond due to them finish your presentation. Member for Scarborough Mount Grace, you may join the debates.
Colleagues, members of the House, and online viewers. Mr. Presiding Officer, I seek leave standing order 42.6 to read from my extract.
Leave is granted.
Mr. Presiding Officer, while I do support the motion that is being presented, it is rather unfortunate that the previous policies and institutions built with the same objective as the motion is being so heavily disregarded. Mr. Presiding Officer, why should a new policy be introduced? Why should a new policy be introduced when several already exist for the same purpose? The reason why is because the administration system fails to admit their shortfalls when it comes to providing this so-called low housing for the citizens, especially for the ones who need it.
Member, please give way.
I am tired of the same argument over and over again.
Members, please be reminded of Standing Order 49C.
You are saying that you're implementing policies. But wait, let me provide some statistics before you be rebut. According to Habitat for Humanity, Shelter UK's 2017 national survey found that 1 in 5 adults who sought support from doctors and health centers suffered from mental health issues such as depression, anxiety, stress, and sleeping problems. And here this one here, due to housing problems. So guess what? Your job is not done. There are still people suffering out there.
Member, you may continue with your presentation.
Member for. Member for Bethel Newgrange, that is it. Right. The motion, while in theory may be admirable gesture to meet the UN Sustainable Development Goals, fails to take into consideration the reality facing most Tobagonians. Let me paint a scenario for you. John is a 25-year-old professional, earning a somewhat comfortable salary. He, like many, wants to own his own home. He has no obligations, so he approached a well-known bank to apply to purchase land, and if possible, start a home. However, his hopes are dashed as the bank tells him he has not reached the requirement salary to allow this. He then approaches the division to take advantage of low-cost housing programs because, after all, he can meet the subsidized requirement. It takes years before his application is processed or even reviewed and acknowledged. By then, his disposable income cannot meet the bare requirement and he is denied. John now has rent, has a family, bills to pay, and now not only this, but is forced to reside at an overcrowded residence due to COVID-19, which took his job. The scenario, Mr. Presiding Officer, is a typical average Tobagonian. The population of Tobago is approximately 66,000 people, with a vast majority working in the public sector. The median income is $4,500. This means that most don't meet the basic criteria to purchase a house. Not only this, but the administrative government of our twin island, whilst claiming that there is not enough money to raise the common man's salary or even offer a substantial back pay, has been able to raise.
1 more minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Has been able to raise the head of government salary. Mr. Presiding Officer, as a member of this House, I believe that we need to do better to provide for the people of this island. Our very own Chief Secretary has given himself up to the temptation, whilst many people lay on the ground of our streets. Together we aspire, together we achieve. We aspire to build housing for people, yet so far we have only achieved a demand of growing housing and a decrease in the amount of people that can afford it. With a budget of $200 million, which has to be portioned among the various divisions, this would mean that the average budget for, let's say, the division of housing would be at least $10 million.
Member, your time has expired. Councillor Scott, you may join the debate.
Good afternoon, Mr. Presiding Officer, members of the House on both the majority and minority side, and viewers. Mr. Presiding Officer, I would like to seek lead on Standard Order 42.6 to read extracts from my speech.
Leave is granted.
Mr. Presiding Officer, it seems as if we are being asked to do something we are already doing. I mean, who doesn't want a house? Low-cost housing have made and continues to make a tremendous impact in our country. Low-cost housing can provide financial security and is a suitable housing option for any income level. Affordable housing can also provide access to affordable utilities and services for fellow Tobagonians. The economical and environmental benefits, rural village expansion, and low-cost housing will better Tobago's economy. When citizens are no longer burdened with high housing costs, they can spend more on goods and services from local businesses. You may be asking yourself, how can low-cost houses improve our environment? Low-cost houses can improve our environment by reducing vehicle usage and creating more walkable communities. Low-cost housing also reduces social inequality, implying low-cost housing will allow everyone to feel equal, even if they may not be the richest. When people are treated equally, it promotes higher education attainment, increases social cohesion and trust. Improvement of living standards is when citizens are able to access basic needs for their well-being, such as education, health, housing, and social safety. Low-cost housing also promotes local development and talent, resulting in stronger communities and improving quality of life. Mr. Presiding Officer, thank you.
Minority Leader, you are now invited to wrap up the debate.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I seek leave at Standing Order 42.6 to read extract from my speech.
Leave is granted.
Mr. Presiding Officer, there is a senior citizen who resides in the residence of Buku and her home is in a state of dilapidation. Do you think she can afford to renovate her home when the required salary is $230 blue dollars? Her pension can only do so much after purchasing groceries and paying utility bills. Mr. Presiding Officer, citizens are forced to live on 2013 salary when the 117th report of the SRC has a pending approval of over 25% increase in the remuneration packages in favor of high-ranking members of the Parliament and the Tobago House of Assembly. How can this be so? How can this be? Do they not have a heart? I applied for the Act of Freedom of Information to the Secretary of the Division of Settlements, Urban, Rural, and Public Utilities on the 2nd of September 2024, approximately 3 months ago, but I am yet to receive a response from the Honourable Member. I believe that this increase can fund low-cost homes for the people of Tobago. Mr. Presiding Officer, myself along with the minority would like to request an immediate implementation of a committee to draft a policy document guided by the United Nations Sustainable Development to create low-cost housing for Tobagonians. How negligent of the Tobago House of Assembly that approximately 3 whole years and not one document that shows a guide itself on housing in general, which would at least serve a template on housing in Tobago. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Honourable members, the question put is, whereas Section 25(1) of the Tobago House of Assembly, Act 40 of 1996, provides to the THA to have a policy responsibility for matters set out in its 5th schedule, for which housing is item 31 on the said schedule, And whereas the fifth schedule makes provision for the THA to have a policy formulation and implementation responsibility for 32 other sectors, aligned to the housing development, including infrastructure, state lands, community development, social welfare, health and town and country planning. And whereas there is a high demand for low-cost housing on the island of Tobago, which is unmet due to the high cost of home construction, contributing to poor living conditions, especially in rural areas in Tobago. And whereas the Tobago House of Assembly has adhered to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals at its 30th sitting in the Honorable House by alignment with the Tobago Development Strategy, the greatest little island on the planet, to, among others, achieve the SDG goals for housing. Be it resolved that this House examines the impact of the housing crisis in Tobago on the social, economic, environmental, and cultural fabric of Tobago and its prospects for rural village expansion. Be it further resolved, this House urges the Executive Council to implement a committee to draft a policy document guided by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals for better housing and sustainable communities by accelerating low-cost housing provisions. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Motion carried.
Motion for adjournment.
Leader of Assembly Business.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I beg to move that this House stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.
Members, the question is that the House now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against say no. The House now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.
Madam Presiding Officer of the Tobago House of Assembly, Ms. Abby Taylor. Deputy Presiding Officer, Mr. Niall George. Leader of Assembly Business, Assemblyman Zurisha Hackett. Other members of the Tobago House of Assembly. Clerk of the Assembly, Mr. Lincoln Nelson. Chairman of the Tobago Day Committee, Mrs. Athena Yewood. And other members of the committee, principals, students, specially invited guests, members of the media, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Ryan McCool, and it's my pleasure to be the Master of Ceremonies for this part of the Tobago Day Youth Debate, which is the closing ceremony. I hope that you all enjoyed what you saw so far, yeah? I hope that you found it interesting as well. A round of applause for our youth debaters. All right, so getting straight into the program, I want to invite to bring welcome remarks to the lectern. Please put your hands together for the clerk of the Assembly, Mr. Lincoln Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Master of Ceremony. Okay. Presiding Officer of the Tobago House of Assembly, Ms. Abby Taylor. Deputy Presiding Officer, Assemblyman Niall George. Leader of Assembly Business, Assemblyman Zorisha Hackett. Minority Leader, well, he's not here, sorry. Other members of the Tobago House of Assembly. Chairman of the Tobago Day Committee, Ms. Ethne Yewood, principals and students, specially invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a great pleasure for me as the clerk of the Assembly Legislature Tobago House of Assembly, to welcome everyone to this very special sitting. I must say, wow, I was deeply, deeply impressed with what took place here this afternoon. Today, we witness our young people in action as part of the Tobago Day celebrations 2024, engaging in meaningful and constructive debate in accordance with parliamentary procedures in this very august House. I think that I can boldly declare that what we experienced this afternoon was a culmination of hard work, commitment, dedication, and sound research on this very burning issue. A hearty congratulations to each of you for participating in this very important activity. And I would like to encourage you to continue to further develop your debating skills. As I conclude, and based on the presentations that were made here this afternoon, I can safely say that the future of debates within this House will be in capable hands. Welcome, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Nelson. At this time, I'd like to invite the Secretary of Education, Research and Technology, Assemblyman Zorisha Hackett, to bring remarks. So I guess I could fill the time while she makes her way around the horseshoe. Follow the protocol, that is correct.
Presiding Officer, Ms. Abby Taylor. Deputy Presiding Officer and Member for Plymouth Blackrock, Assemblyman Niall George. Secretary of Settlements, Public Utilities and Rural Development, Assemblyman Ian Pollard. Other colleagues of the Tobago House of Assembly, including administrators joining us here today. Our esteemed panel of judges, good afternoon to you as well. Members of the public gallery, and of course, my brilliant Tobago students. Good afternoon to you. Listen to me, I am so proud. You know, I feel like a proud mommy this afternoon. I'm seeing students I knew all the way from primary school. Emil from Table Peace Government, and followed him all the way up. He's now at Signal Hill. And so many of you that I knew as tiny tots seated in this august house. And I can already see that one day you are actually going to take our roles. And of course, the future of politics in Tobago is indeed in good hands. Yeah? It is truly a privilege to address you today as Secretary of Education, member for Bethesda Lekito, and leader of Assembly Business. Today's youth debate, of course, as we celebrate Tobago Day, is marvelous, and I am indeed proud. This platform exemplifies the intellectual curiosity and the leadership potential of Tobago's youth. Events like these are vital in nurturing the future leaders of our island and in giving a voice to the issues that matter most to us as Tobagonians. Today's debate centered on a motion that is both timely and critical: the housing crisis in Tobago and its far-reaching effects on our social, economic, environmental, and cultural development. The motion as presented recognizes the high demand for low-cost housing across our island and underscores the need for bold policy decisions that align with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the Tobago Development Strategy, which envisions Tobago as the greatest little island on the planet. The debate challenged us to critically examine the urgency of addressing the housing crisis and to reflect on how these policies can shape the future of our island. It called on us to imagine how solutions for sustainable, low-income housing can uplift rural communities and empower Tobagonians with better living conditions and opportunities for growth and development. To our magnificent debaters, You have the opportunity today to go out into your communities and let them know, listen, we are ready to lead this island. Your compelling arguments presented to us and inspired meaningful dialogue on this pressing issue. I need you to now remember that debates like these are not just about winning a prize, but about driving progress, fostering understanding, and exploring creative solutions. My debaters, your voices, your ideas, and your energy are the cornerstones of the Tobago we envision for tomorrow. I wish to commend, of course, the Assembly Legislature, Secretariat, and all staff here for creating this invaluable platform for the youth to engage in nation building. To everyone in the audience as well, I encourage you to go out and let everyone know, if they didn't tune in, that they missed on something magnificent. These young minds today represent the future architects of our policies, our leadership, and our shared vision for Tobago. And you debaters, I want you to go out and approach the challenge that you have brought to the fore today with both passion and confidence. Your words have the power to inspire change. Tobago needs leaders who are not afraid to speak up like you, who can think critically and advocate for sustainable solutions to complex problems like the ones you brought today. Let us now speak to, act up, and show out for the greatest little island on the planet, that is Tobago. Thank you so much for having me here, and thank you so much for really, really impressing us. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you so very much, Assemblyman Hackett. Given that the motion table today in the youth debate concerned the aspects of housing, I'd like to invite Assemblyman Ian Pollard, who is the Secretary for Settlements, Urban Renewal, and Public Utilities, to the lectern so he can offer remarks.
Pleasant good afternoon to the presiding officer, Ms. Abby Taylor, the deputy presiding officer, Mr. Niall George, leader of government business, Ms. Zorisha Hackett, my fellow colleagues, fellow assemblymen, clerk of the house, chairman of the Tobago celebrations, area representative, youth, and person in the audience, both viewing. Today was really a wowing effect. I met with these students last Friday at my division, and I must say that a lot of work and energy was put into this presentation today, and I'm extremely proud. I love the passion, I love the drive, I love the energy, because housing is really a basic need. And we are really lagging behind in Tobago in delivering homes to those who really are in need. I've made quite a few number of notes that coming from different presenters, and they're all valid. But we have to put things in context. And as my colleague, Ms. Hackett, just said, you all have to have this conversation with your peers. You have this conversation throughout, because housing is necessary. But I'm just here to just put things in perspective so you could shape your argument or your discussion. The Tobago House of Assembly has been and continues to be woefully underfunded in all aspects. Being in office and being the Secretary for Settlements for the last 3 years, if they gave me $10 million for houses, in those 3 years, they gave me plenty. And these are things that must sink in. because I'm speaking to you all here as a politician, and I'm going to be as blunt as ever as I usually am. Someone made a presentation that I was given $2 million this year for housing. The same affordable housing you're all debating about, based on the cost of material use, in the program that we have going on now, that could only build 3 homes. Last year, the central government was given $687 million to build homes in Trinidad. The same starter home, the conventional housing development, we were given $3 million. This year, the Ministry for Housing received $192 million, and that's only the Ministry of Housing, because the Land Settlement Agency also has money to construct homes for persons in Trinidad. We were given $2 million, as I said. So these are things that you have to sink in, and these are the discussions you all have to have. This is not about party colors. This is about Tobagonians. You see the reason why this is a horseshoe? There's no separation, there's no divide. In other parliaments, you see that the opposition is on one side, the government bench is on the other side. But this was created by Mr. Robinson to say that we are all Tobagonian. We may have different policy, different ideas, but we are all Tobagonian, fighting for the same cause. Land regularization is critical. And as I urged the group last Friday, please go back and study your history about the THA from 1976. Hurricane Flora passed here in 1962. Some of you all weren't even taught. You weren't even a thought by your parents. All land titles with the destruction, it was never put back together. But you know what is strange and alarming? Hurricane Flora did not just destroy Tobago. There were 4 other islands that were destroyed. And every other island, land title situation has been amended. Only Tobago, this has not been amended. So we have problems with land titles here in Tobago. So that regularization. Under my leadership, we are working with Habitat for Humanity, who have done the same exercise in Jamaica. It took them 5 years, but the land titles in Jamaica were regularized. The longest journey starts with one footstep, and we have to start somewhere to regularize the land that our foreparents owned, that is being handed down. Pertaining to the low-cost housing, what is really low cost, as I said? The affordable housing we are constructing at the division, the 2-bedroom is about $450,000. The 3-bedroom is $535,000. But I am glad that you all have that mindset as young persons, and I hope that persons that are just above you all or my age, we have to first start to change our mindset about building material. We can no longer afford building material, concrete, and steel as we are accustomed. The world is moving away from that because it is too costly. I have a friend with a hardware in Tobago, and if he's a hardware owner and he's advising me, we have to find alternative materials to construct homes. And that is his line of business. Well, who else? Who else is best to give that advice? So this is what we have to look at. I heard someone in their presentation speak about high-rise. This is something foreign to the people of Tobago. When we see high-rise building, we think of La Hoqueta, Maloney, and the kind of lifestyle that breeds. But a lifestyle is from within you as an individual. Clearly, we do not have 5,000 square feet to give everyone. So obviously, we have to start to use airspace. It is not Tobago-centric to live in an apartment or purchase an apartment. But that is where we will have to go, as the rest of the world is doing. Alternative materials. But you all are not like us. Long ago, we had goat to tie out and sheep and pig. You young folks, you go home and you're on your devices and you don't have your heart to sweep, you have to do these things. So it shouldn't be hard for you all to make that transition. But that is the way we are going. What is most critical is working with the financial institutions. As someone made a presentation today, in their presentation today, the company Tobago Urban and Rural Housing Corporation, we have scheduled meeting with the bank managers as of next week Tuesday, to discuss housing in Tobago and funding of these houses. Because clearly, we don't get that kind of funding that is necessary to construct homes, so we have to enter into PPP arrangements with contractors who has that ability to construct and will borrow from the banks. But it's getting the banks to work with these contractors, because material prices is much higher in Tobago than it is in Trinidad. So, and they have to meet with us at some point, the banks. As young persons, as secretary, what I do, I try to encourage everyone that I give lands to in the housing sector. Avoid purchasing motor vehicle. Avoid hire purchase. Many a time, persons' names are drawn or selected for homes or lands, and they're all elated. But when you go to the financial institution, based on your commitments, you cannot get the loan to pay for the land or to construct the homes. So don't be caught in that trap by the financial institution of zero down for motor car, but they tie you up for 9 and 10 years in this low installment payment. I heard numerous persons spoke about Town and Country Planning Division. Yes, it is supposed to be under the Tobago Office of Assembly, under Act 40 of 1996. But some 21 years ago, the responsibilities was fettered and given back to Ministry of Planning in Trinidad. So, although it was enshrined in our Act, the responsibility was given back. And it's high time we take it back. Because who else knows the landscape of Tobago but Tobagonians? Why we must have a foreign entity making judgment over where we could build, how we could build, and give us those living policies. I mean, some of them, they are good, but I think the best person to make that judgment must be the people of Tobago. So we cannot, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Murray didn't fight hard for something for it to be given back or fettered away for others to make that decision. Someone spoke, I think it was someone from the minority side. Financial literacy must be taught from high school. It must be taught, so that persons could know and understand the value of savings, of putting your priority right in order to own a home or anything else that you desire. Development in the rural areas. The rural unit in my division, we are working assiduously to try to have economic activities in these rural areas in order to stem the tide from rural to urban migration. Because imagine those brilliant children who are coming out from lands for me, Bloody Bay, Palativier, to traverse that distance every day to go to work, and then eventually they don't have a car, the bus service is not reliable, so they will eventually move out from that area. But that is causing the rural areas to die. So we have to find some economic activity to generate in these rural areas so that that migration will stop, because we are trying to stop all the housing development in the urban areas. So they are tasked with purchasing lands in rural areas to have small pockets of development for persons in the rural areas. In order to achieve all these things about home, we as a people have to change our culture and our mindset. Our work ethics is poor. We want to work 2 hours for 8 hours pay. We don't want to work. The first affordable housing constructed under my division took 19 days to construct. 2-bedroom home using affordable alternative material. It was done by persons from Trinidad. working wrong the clock. We go to work, and we don't want to work whole day, whole night. We think that tower lights is only for fit. I work in the construction industry while living abroad. You use those lights to help to work any hour of the night. If we are to progress, we have to change our work ethics. And that has to start with you, young people. I would like to leave you all with a quote from my famous Prime President, Barack Obama. Change will not come if we wait for some other person or if we wait for some other time. We are the ones we have been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. As I told you all last Friday, be part of the change that you wish to see. Now is the time to put in the work. Do not allow those or other persons to shape your future. Some people are not enthused about politics, but politics reigns in life throughout, even in your personal, in your home. Husband and wife can't make a decision, is a debate. That is politics. Politics started in heaven, persons used to say, because God and Satan could not agree. Be part of the process. Do not say that you do not want to be part of the process because politicians are thieves and no. Be part of the change you wish to see. Put this energy that you debated here today into that type of thinking and be part of that change, because I am really heartened by where Tobago is if I see that you all continue along this vein, that kind of energy, so that I'm an old man, I'm a grandfather, so this could be handed over to you young people to take Tobago to where it deserves. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Assemblyman Pollard, especially for expounding and sharing, giving some insight into a bit of the challenges that the Tobago House of Assembly faces in actualizing its objectives. All right? To my youth debaters, I want to congratulate you all once more for showing courage in sitting at the horseshoe and getting a taste of the Herculean tasks or responsibilities that rest on the shoulders of the members of this honorable house, especially while under public scrutiny. All right? So a round of applause for them one more time, ladies and gentlemen. So at this time, while our judges are still adjudicating, we have a little treat for those in the gallery, our audience. And we'll have a little question and answer, and it's all courtesy our sponsors at Dominion Appliances. I'm sure you'll be able to get the answers, right? Because you need to, once you're inside this house, it's research you're doing. Yeah? Come on, you could win some prizes. All right? So, doing these questions and answers, we'd have one of our facilitators, Mr. Ajay Allen. Please put your hands together for him. He was one of the persons. He was one of the persons that worked with our young debaters here today and prepared them for what you all saw. So, Mr. Ajay Allen, ladies and gentlemen.
So, good afternoon to all present in the house. So, in all houses, we have rules and regulations. So, for this giveaway, the question will be read. You all will have to stand. So the two gentlemen you see standing will identify the individuals who have stood. So you're not shouting the answers, and then they will bring you to the mic, and then you will respond in the order in which you stood, okay? Be quiet. Nice. So the first question is, who was the longest serving presiding officer in the Tobago House of Assembly? You're not shouting the answer. The gentleman will escort you to a mic to give the answer.
I don't know if it's the same, but is it Anne Mitchell Gift?
The answer is correct. I would like to ask Presiding Officer Abby Taylor to present this gift certificate from Dominion Appliances. The answer is Ms. Anne Mitchell Giff. The library at Scarborough also carries her name, the longest serving presiding officer. You can come to collect. So can we give Mr. Smith a round of applause? Thank you. So question number 2. What is the name of the lone female minority leader that the Tobago House of Assembly has ever had? You're disqualified this time. What is the name of the lone female minority leader of the Tobago House of Assembly? Okay, so should I give the award or should I change the question? Change the question. No problem. No, so we're going to change the question. Right? So we agree with changing the question, right? Okay. All in favor say aye? Aye. Lovely. But we did not get, the audience did not hear the answer, so we'll have to use one of the mics so we can hear the answer.
Is it Deborah Moore Miggins? Miss Deborah Moore Miggins?
Correct. The answer is Deborah Moore Miggins. Right, so he'll collect shortly. This question, you have to listen and listen carefully to this question. Today is a red letter day in the history of Trinidad and Tobago, because it is the day when, by the agreement of all means has been sought so that 2 islands of the Caribbean Sea may stand side by side and not one behind the other. And this situation arose because the people of Tobago felt that the fires of hope and prayer would bring about the love of liberty demanded it. Then I sincerely hope and pray that we can all see the future vigorous Tobago, a vibrant Tobago, as an integral part of the indivisible unitary state of Trinidad and Tobago. Which president of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago made this statement? You have to stand and then we'll bring you to the mic to say the answer. It's a very easy question. Somebody come in to try. That answer is incorrect. Mr. Smith, you are disqualified. Okay, so I would reread the statement once again. Today is a red letter day in the history of Trinidad and Tobago, because it is the day when, by the agreement of all, a means has been sought so that the 2 islands of the Caribbean Sea can stand side by side and not one behind the other. And this situation arose because the people of Tobago felt that the fires of hope and prayer would bring it about, and the love of liberty demanded it. Then I sincerely hope and pray that we can all see we can all see in the future a vigorous Tobago, a vibrant Tobago, as an integral part of the indivisible unitary state of Trinidad and Tobago. Which President of the Republic made this statement? The answer is correct. Sir Ellis Clark. This statement was made at the first inauguration of the Tobago House of Assembly on the 4th of December, 1980. Thank you very much. Mr. Smith, can you join us as well? Thanks. We will present to the young lady first, and then we'll present to Mr. Smith after. Oh, sorry, not Mr. Smith, Mr. Perry. I'm going to the horseshoe, and I'll ask the presiding officer of the house today, Ms. Alyssa Leacock, to present this token. Yes, the minority leader, sorry for today, and it was a female minority leader as well today. So let's give her a round of applause. And I'll ask the Deputy Presiding Officer of the House to present to Mr. Perry. We'd just like to say thank you to the Minion Appliances, and we hope that you have learned something new today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen, for that history quiz. You know, some people sound like they want more questions. No? No more questions? I'm sorry, what's that? Ready? Ready? Okay, okay. We're still waiting. We still have a little bit more time because it was quite a bit to take in, so we need to allow the judges a little bit more. You all made it quite difficult. I'm sure even Mr. Pollard would have been scared to be in this debate today. Yeah? Some of you all were very relentless. All right? Yeah, so we have a little bit more time. We have a little bit more time. Yeah? So let me ask you all something while we're here. Can you all name all three chairmen of the Tobago House of Assembly? And this is before the term chief secretary was brought into the fray. The first three chairmen of the Tobago House of Assembly. If you feel you have the answer, you could come to the horseshoe. I'm sure the gentleman will guide you. Mr. Allen, could you just guide him to one of the mics right here? I don't want just one. I want all three chairmen of the Tobago House of Assembly.
Mr. Jeff Davison.
Say that again, sorry?
Mr. Jeff Davison.
So we just changed it from mats to add mats, right? In order? All right, you could go ahead.
Mr. Jeff Davison, Mr. Dinoon.
I need the full names.
Lennox Dinoon. And Mr. Robinson.
That's correct. Yeah, a round of applause for him. So the correct order, as my lady was shouting there, is actual Arthur Napoleon Raymond Robinson was the first chairman, followed by Dr. Jeff Davidson, and then Mr. Lennox Dinoon. Yeah? This is an interesting one. Can you name at least 4 presiding officers of the Tobago House of Assembly, excluding the present presiding officer, which is Miss Abby Taylor? Well, it's about history, so that's why I would do that. They have to be over the age of 18. Yeah? No, you see, he missed it. He missed it by a year, okay? So just name 4 presiding officers of the Tobago House of Assembly beside our current presiding officer, Miss Abby Taylor. And while you're thinking about that answer, let me just give you all a bit of your mic. You want to talk? Mr. Presiding Officer, you want to ensure that your members follow the standing orders? All right, so go
what
ahead.
if I just say 1?
No, 4. We need all 4. We had at least, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We had 7 presiding officers in the Tobago House of Assembly, and we could name 4. You can't sponsor a student, deputy presiding officer. No, you cannot help them. I thought you said sponsor. Sponsor means you have to dip in your pocket. Yeah? So just 4. Anyone? The young lady in the horseshoe, yeah? Put on the mic. You could put on the mic.
Jefferson Davidson.
Dr. Jefferson Davidson.
One of them was Vanessa. Vanessa something.
Vanessa Cutting Thomas. We already mentioned one already for the evening. Mr. Oswald Williams. And Kelvin Charles. Now, I must admit, I expected you all to capitalize on what was already said this afternoon, as we did mention Miss Anne Mitchell Giff. You know, I don't know, you all still do heads and tails in school, where you do like vocabulary, you do heads and tail? Yeah? And they ask you about in Spanish and so on? Oh. Yeah, so that was a trick. So anyhow, folks, let me just give you all a little bit of the criteria for judging this afternoon. All our youth debaters will be appreciated, but I'll just give you the criteria quickly. For presentation style or paralinguistics, my tongue just got tied up there, 25 marks. For relevance of content, including rebuttal, that's 30 marks. Evidence of statistical or historical research, and you would have heard a lot of the members standing today and say, where's the research, where's the data? You can't just speak emptily, right? So that is also 30 marks, evidence for statistical or historical research. And deportment, another 30 marks. You all got that? Yeah? All right. All right, so at this point, I shall invite my esteemed judges to the lectern so that they can first bring remarks, and then they will announce our top 3 debaters this afternoon. And when your names are announced, when you hear your name, should you hear your name, we just ask that you enter into the horseshoe so that you can receive your tokens.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jada Charles, and I had the pleasure to sit and listen to you all debate this motion. And let me say, I would like you all to just give yourselves a round of applause, please. No. A bigger round of applause. You guys deserve it. You all were really, really good. You gave us a very hard time in deliberating. We heard some contributions that were very, very, very thought-provoking and riveting, and you guys accomplished what it is you set out to do today, and for that you should be very, very, very proud. Me being a young person, but not as young as you all, I wish I had the confidence and the bravery to come and do what you all did when I was in high school. So you guys are definitely an inspiration, and I hope that younger persons look up to you all and follow in your footsteps in the next debate, and that you all are able to mentor and become future leaders of Tobago and Trinidad and Tobago. So with that, are you all ready for the results? No. Are you all ready for the results? Who's saying no there? All right, so it was, in some instances, very close in the points, and it was very hard to score the point. But I see not everybody's in here. Some people miss it. Just one person missing. Okay, but we'll continue, all right? So I'll need some drum rolls. So we'll go from our 3rd place to our 2nd place and to our 1st place. So the judging was out of 115 points, and I must say you all did excellent across the board. Even though we had to narrow it down to 3, you are all winners, okay? So in 3rd place with 94 points, please give a round of applause for the member for Roxborough Argyle, Miss Atheram Lewis. All right, so just stay there, Miss Lewis. So I need another drum roll, please, for 2nd place. So in 2nd place, we have the entertaining member scoring 96 points, the member for Patience Hill, Signal Hill, Miss Kristen Francis. Now this member took us along the journey. So, who could it be? So, scoring 105 points, drum roll please, our 1st place winner and our top debater, the member for Bethel New Grange, Mr. Kaysan Abdul Wada. All right, so At this time, I'd like to invite the judges to come down to take a picture with our top 3 debaters.
A round of applause for all debaters, and especially our top 3. I don't know, but it seems as though the minority may have had this one. They're all from the minority side? Okay. So it just comes to show that no matter where you sit around the horseshoe, that you can make an indelible impact upon your community, society, and for the people that you represent. So a round of applause for them one more time. So they will have their photo opportunity. And let me just ask my judges to remain at the horseshoe. So I just want you to give a round of applause for our judges, National Youth Debater, Ms. Jada Charles, who stands in the center. Yeah, sorry about that. So, moving on, we have, what side is this, Simon? Left? My left. Huh? No, I was talking about my body parts. This is my left. And this is my right. So, on my left, which is here, which would be your right in the gallery, we have also Social Intervention Officer at the Division of Settlements, Urban Renewal and Public Utilities, a trainer social worker, Jimmy Sylvester. And last but not least, loan officer at the First Citizens Bank, Mr. Leston Paul. So these were our 3 judges, our expert judges this afternoon that did the deliberations. They probably got a little bit of a gray hair, dealing with that. But it's so it goes. And also, I want to make very special mention, ladies and gentlemen, that in the history of this youth debate, and we'll have the presiding officer presenting the judges' tokens, so you could give them another round of applause for that. So as I was saying before, in the history of this youth debate, it's not the norm to have high male participation. It's something that wasn't really observed. So to see that a male won today is something significant. Not trying to start a war between the genders. Just saying. Kudos where kudos is, Give Jackie jacket and Jane her gym boots, right? So hardworking judges. Oh, such lovely tokens. Yes. So thank you so very much, our esteemed judges. A round of applause for them one more time. And at this point, well, Madam Presiding Officer, I wouldn't walk too far. At this point, I would like to invite the lady of the house, our Madam Presiding Officer of the Tobago House of Assembly, Miss Abby Taylor, to give remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Deputy Presiding Officer, Mr. Niall George, Leader of Assembly Business, Assemblyman Zorisha Hackett, Secretary for the Division of Settlements, Public Utilities, and Rural Development, Assemblyman Ian Plaid, other Assemblymen and Secretaries, Clerk of the Assembly, Mr. Lincoln Nelson, our sponsors, our judges, parents, teachers, viewers, listeners, and most importantly, our debaters. Good afternoon again. I am proud of you. I am very proud of you. The topic of housing and low-income housing is one that strikes at the heart of development and equity within our society. It was truly inspiring to see our young debaters tackle this complex and pressing issue with such poise, intelligence, and passion. Their arguments were not just words. They were a testament to their innovation or the innovative ideas and perspective of our future leaders and what they bring to the table. As the debate unfolded, it was evident that it is not just a theoretical exercise for our youth. They brought practical insights grounded in realities faced by many families in Tobago. They challenged us to consider not only the economic feasibility of low-income housing, but also its social, environmental, and cultural implications. While the discussion may have been very spirited at times, it is with this very passion that underscores how much our youth care about Tobago's future. They reminded us that housing is more than just bricks and mortar. It is about dignity, stability, and opportunity. Their call to action is a reminder that all of us have a role to play in shaping policies and programs that reflects the needs of every Tobagonian. Let us commend these young debaters for their courage in addressing the critical issue and for reminding us that the value of social and civil discourse, even when opinions differ. They have shown us that the solutions we seek are within reach if we are willing to listen, collaborate, and most importantly, act. As we celebrate Tobago Day, may this debate serve as a catalyst for meaningful discussion and actions that prioritize the well-being of all our people. To the youth, may I say, continue to let your voices be heard. You are stewards of Tobago's tomorrow. And today, you have made us very proud. Thank you.
All right. So, at this point, we'd like to just award all our debaters, youth debaters. So a round of applause for them one more time. And let me just get the order of names. I'm going to try to be like the presiding officer today. All right, so first I'll call on Mr. Emil Joseph, and we ask you to stand and collect, or Mr. Emil Joseph, we ask you to stand and collect within the horseshoe. So a round of applause for Mr. Emil Joseph. And while he makes his way, and we'll call on the Secretary of Education to assist with the distributions. Yes? Yeah, yes. Yeah. All right. And while Emil receives his award, we'll also call on the rest, so we'll keep it going. I know that you all have been here for a very long time. Very long. Very long. All right. Anna Marcella. Codrington. Did I pronounce that right? Codrington? Yes. Anna Marcella Codrington. Well done, Mr. Joseph. No, I said well done. And while Miss Codrington makes her way to the horseshoe, we'd also call on Maria Bartholomew. Did I pronounce that right? Yes. Oh, she's not here. She asked for Maria. Okay, so we'll move on. Dalian Bruce. Oh, Dalian. I should be made a godfather so I could get all these names correct. Just reference for the future. So, Miss Bruce, a round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen. And you can keep the applause going while they make their way to the horseshoe. Also going to call on Miss Marsha Willington. All right. Yeah. Yeah. So that was Miss Bruce. And we do have Miss Maya Bartholomew. So she is here. So this is Miss Bartholomew. And now we have Miss Willington. Yeah. Also like to call on Miss Nataki Thompson. While she makes her way. And while Miss Thompson makes her way, just to speed it up, we'll also call on Miss Faith Charles. Miss Kenaya Benjamin. Is it Dejal? Dejal? Dejal Scott. Mr. Zaire Moore. Miss Abigail Thompson. Miss Davisha Melville. I thought I was seeing double there for a minute. Also going to call on Miss Megan Perry. Mr. Aaron Gray. Miss Kristen Francis. Mr. Kassan Abdul Wadud. Excuse me? Oh, I'm being prompted. Okay. Miss Anthurium Lewis. Miss Latoya Reddy. And Miss Alisa Leacock. All our youth debaters, ladies and gentlemen. So they shall be collecting their tokens and certificates of participation of this 2024 Tobago Day Youth Debate. So a round of applause for all recipients. Now, while our debaters are receiving their awards, I just want to make mention of two very special individuals, Mr. Bobby Andrews and Mr. Ajay Allen. I take it that you all enjoyed the company of Mr. Andrews thoroughly. And Mr. Allen, yes? All right, good. So Mr. Bobby Andrews, unfortunately, is not here with us today, but he was one of the facilitators that prepared our young speakers here today. He spoke on the subject matter of expert housing in Tobago. He has that expertise. He's with the Tobago House of Assembly, and we want to thank him very much. And also, National Youth Debater as well of the Tobago Day Youth Debate alumnus, Mr. Ajay Allen. He is also another facilitator. Very proactive young man, very involved. Mr. Allen, you could just stand and let them see you, please. No, you should accept your flowers when they're being grown and given. So we want to say thank you so very much for dealing with our youngsters and preparing them so well. And I'm sure they will express their gratitudes personally, as well as you can tell from the resounding applause. So ladies and gentlemen, you could keep the applause going while they receive their certificates of participation. Fear not, we're almost at the end. You all look so sad at the horse. You tired? You ready? Now I could tell you this. There have been instances within the Tobago House of Assembly legislature where the debates went past midnight on numerous occasions. All right? So this is just a small, as I said, is a small experience of what they usually go through sometimes. Very small. Next. So there we see Miss Lewis, towering figure. And we have Miss Reddy approaching the center of the horseshoe. And this we have our minority leader, Ms. Leacock, who tabled the motion today and led the debate. All right, we'd like to call on Assemblyman Ian Pollard to assist with these distribution of tokens. And as you would know, the legislature is not just made up of debaters, but there are those who also facilitate it. those who oversee and ensure that the people's business remains the people's business. All right? And for that, I'd like to call on our clerk of the house for today, Davina Melville. And Deputy Clerk of the House, Ms. Jada Abraham. Now, I hope you all noticed that while they were sitting there, they were both glancing side on, the timekeepers. Yeah? All right. Good job, good job. Round of applause for both of them. And last but not least, Mr. Presiding Officer. Mr. Alan Cipriani. Thank you so very much. Now, Mr. Pollard, we'd ask you to remain. We know you're a man accustomed to these things, so we'd ask you to remain. To Mr. Allen, our facilitator, we'd like to say an immense thank you to you. So we'd ask you to please come and accept your flowers. We also have a token for Mr. Andrews, which we won't FedEx, but we'll get it there via TT Post. All right? Or in person. Mr. Allen, ladies and gentlemen. And permit me a couple seconds to speak on this individual. She's quite passionate about education. And she's very passionate about youth and youth development. And with that, or those traits that she has carried, she has sought or endeavored to transform this honorable house and the Assembly Legislature into a historical teaching tool for our young people, a home for all our Tobagonians, for the safeguarding of our laws. You all sound like you know who I'm talking about. So you just spoiled my intro. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Presiding Officer, Ms. Abby Taylor, Mr. Ian Pollard, Assemblyman Ian Pollard would love to present a token to her for all her hard work and for her dedication and for all her initiatives, especially when dealing with the youth. And of course, a round of applause for her and her hard-working staff at the Assembly Legislature. They do a great job, often going unnoticed. So a round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. Just remember, to my young debaters, just remember that while you are lamenting and feeling burdened, thank you so very much, Assemblyman Pollard, and thank you so very much, Madam Presiding Officer. While you all are lamenting about being here so very long, the people who work at the Assembly Legislature are here long before you to prepare and leave long after. So please give them a round of applause for their hard work and dedication. And may we have a round of applause for the horseshoe for surviving the abuse this afternoon? All right, with that, I'd like to thank everyone who was involved today. Right, I'd like to thank, of course, our sponsors, Unit Trust Corporation, for awarding everyone, Dominion Appliances, B-Mobile, thanks to all our assemblymen, thanks to, of course, our Presiding Officer. Thanks, of course, to our Tobago Day Committee, who have been working hard. It's been a wonderful year and a wonderful season for the Tobago Day, and a round of applause for them. They've been doing wonderful things. We want to thank again all our facilitators and all the persons involved in making this happen, all the persons who work behind the scenes, the teachers, the students, parents. We want to thank you all so immensely for everything that you have done. So a round of applause for everyone. All right? So at this point in time, I believe, how do you say it? You would say the house is? Adjourned. All right. So at this point in time, this session is adjourned. But while we do so, I want to ask that all those involved in the youth debate today, both the clerk, the majority, the minority, the clerk, the deputy, and the presiding officer, to please stand by for official photos with our members of the Tobago House of Assembly who are here and the presiding officer. So we'll have those pictures, and then afterwards, we will have, yes, we'll be in the tea room of the Assembly Legislature. There will be refreshments for persons. So a round of applause for everyone once more. And also, just a heads up for our youth debate, there would be media interviews afterwards as well too. So after probably you eat, you could prepare for that, all right? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm Rand McCool. It's been a pleasure to be here. Thank you so very much for coming, and please enjoy the remainder of the afternoon. Oh, before I forgot, to the persons that answered my questions. Are you all still here? Yeah? All right, just show of hands. I have a special token for all those persons.
Good afternoon, Chandana. Go? Right. Good afternoon, Tobago. Welcome to the post-debate interview of, oh my Lord.
Post-interview for Tobago Day 2024. I am Sohaila Makul.
And I am DNT Thomas.
And we are excited to host today's post-interview. Now, this is exciting because as we push for progress in this year's debate, we see our youths coming together and putting together an extraordinary and captivating debate presentation today on the sustainable housing development in Tobago. So, what do you think is your overall view on today's debate? Because I actually really enjoyed it.
Well, to be honest, I enjoyed it too. It was very, very hot in that
It really was. There were a lot of emotions.
A lot of points and a lot of things thrown to each other. And it was
the banter was there. The banter was 100% there. 100%. Sometimes I'm like, is that parliamentary language? Exactly. But it was okay. And the Speaker of the House, he was on point. He made sure everybody retract your statement or your overtime. He kept it going. He kept it flowing.
Right.
So what do you think stood out to you the most?
Most, I would say, the calmness of those participants that took part in that debate. A lot of them were, well, all of them, I should say, were very, how to put this, boy?
Calm and collected.
Calm and collected,
They really
yes.
were calm and collected. I looked at them, some of them, their papers were like this. But you didn't hear it in their voice, you didn't see it in their face, you didn't see it in their body language. I think that this training really helped them. And this is something I enjoyed for us because we really had that training as well. We participated last year. And we had that training. We learned how to deal with our nerves and we learned how to deliver a speech or a debate, per se. So I would say that's a big part for real that stood out, the calmness of the debaters. They were also members that, correct me if I'm wrong, they even gave song quotes.
Yeah, I saw one of the participants from Signal Hill. Can't remember his name right now. I apologize for that. But yes, he gave a quote from the Mighty Sparrow.
Yes, he talked about education.
It was very good.
And then there was another member who said, poverty is hell. I said, okay, she's serious. She's about business. So I really enjoyed that. They were very creative in the deliveries. They were their own person.
Yeah.
You can't say they mimicked anybody. They were themselves.
Yeah.
So that is definitely one thing that stood out. I have to say the audience. We were in the audience start to finish. The audience were the most, well, I wouldn't say the most, but one of the most entertaining parts of today. Yep. They were laughing and cackling and like, no. And they were, some of them even, I found myself doing this as well. But it was really an experience. And those who missed it, I am so sorry. There's always next year.
Trust.
And the interruptions, we didn't have any last year.
No, we didn't. But this year, interruptions, it was very crazy. But nevertheless, it happens to everyone. And it was a good debate. Sadly, it had to get pushed forward, but nevertheless.
The interruptions were like, it was the ice, what is it called? The icing on the cake?
Yeah.
The strawberry in the cake? Can't remember. But it was definitely, a big part of the debate today. We were able to see how they think critically, because if I'm interrupting you and I didn't plan for that, best believe I have to catch it on the spot. And sometimes you have to take back a statement, or you have to, if they ask, give statistics, you must find a part in your presentation and give that statistic. You have to know how to go around a question. Right. So I would say the interruptions really heightened this debate and made it what it was today. It was even strategic, if you ask me, because I know that if I was going to be able to interrupt persons and not give back their time, I raise and stand in orders left, right, and center. So that's how I would go about this. What about you?
Me personally, you know me, I would have done the same, for sure. And I would say on most outbreaks of the standing orders, most of the participants were kind of out of hand, but that's how it is when you have your point to state across the
that is a part of it.
Yep.
I remember last year when we debated, I tried to raise a standing order, and they did not listen to me. So I was like, please, I need to raise a standing order because this person, I can't even remember who it was or what it was about. I just knew I turned on my mic and nothing. So I'm really glad that person had the opportunity to raise the standing orders today. Yeah. We even had a study tour. We just came back from a study tour, actually. Those of you who don't know, a part of this process is that you're able to travel to the UK and visit the different parliaments. So we visited the Scottish Parliament and we visited the UK Parliament. So I know you have plenty to say on that, because you had the most fun.
I didn't actually. She had the most fun. She's been up and down in the parliament. But I would say, in my point of view on the parliament, it is very nice. The way how they set everything, it is very, very, very nice. And I would say that in their country, well, Scotland, you are able to speak in Parliament at the age as of, if I remember correctly, if I don't correct me.
Like around 16.
16.
Yeah, it was very young. can't remember if it was 16, don't quote us on this.
Yes.
But they had the opportunity to vote.
At
They
that
had the
young
opportunity
age,
at
and I
a
would
younger
say
age.
that's actually nice. I find that all government should, let that be a little policy, even though not many of us think that it should be a thing, but I personally find for us as upcoming adults that we should be able to vote at that age.
It really was informative because we saw how Scotland related to Tobago when it comes to their democracy and their autonomy and all of those things. So it's not like, when I say study tour, that's exactly what it was. We had schedules packed, unpacked, unpacked. I mean, we had our free time, but it was packed and we enjoyed it. It's a lifelong memory. And I really encourage the current cohort and those in the future to really take it in, soak it all in, because you never know where you may end up. You will meet all different peoples. You'll try all different types of food, and you'll have a blast. And I just want to encourage them to soak it all in like a sponge.
Yes.
And we have the theme for Tobago Day this year, 2024 Tobago Day, on Push for Progress. 44 turning 24.
Right.
That's it?
Yeah.
44 and 30. Can't remember. But it was, I think that's how we see it this year, where they are pushing for progress by having the voices of all our youths on a timely discussion on housing. Because right now, we have a major issue of housing in Trinidad and Tobago. And so we have a major issue of housing in Tobago especially, and I think being able to hear the voice and the perspective of the youth is really what is going to propel Tobago. Because like old people always like to say, we are the voice of tomorrow, or we are the leaders of today. So, anything else?
I would like to say that in most aspects, oh, look at you. Oh. I would like to say in most aspects is to always listen to an old person, because at the end of the day, they were once young like us, and they made the mistakes that we shouldn't be making, because they are trying to influence us into being, And I would like to say that it was very, very educating.
And that's why we have this important theme of Push for Progress, because without the youths, where would we be? And with that now, I just want to tie this all back into today's debate by saying that I am extremely proud of our current cohort. I'm extremely proud of all those who took part today, win, lose, or draw, because like I said earlier, there is no losers. There's just a top three. And very soon we will be meeting the top three. Right. And I'm excited for you all to hear what they have to say.
Yeah, and I'd like to congratulate the person that won, even though I don't know his who yet. But yeah, he did a very good job. That's all I heard.
He did with 3 males.
Yeah.
And speaking of 3 males, how much persons we had today? We had a lot of persons today, and we only had 3 or 4 males today.
Had more than us last year. We had less.
How much we had last year?
At least.
It was about the same amount, like 3. It was about 3 of them last year.
But in meals, we had more meals or less meals?
No, less meals. I think we had like 3 or 4. The same amount as this year, actually. And I think that's a major issue we have to deal with soon.
Yeah, we need to get more meals into this.
We really have to get more meals in. And the females are really dominating. I am repping my females. But at the end of the day, we have to support the males.
I mean, yes, it's true. Females can do this, yes, but males, you all need to join the debate. It's very fun,
But why do you think males, why do you think it's so underpopulated for males?
I would say because you probably had to deal with, government stuff, and most males out here looking forward to go to college for sports or some other thing like that. Not really,
They're not interested in the politics.
Talking, about.
They're all about the football and the basketball and all the other sports, but they're not interested in politics. I think that we definitely have to get them in, and we could start from the debate clubs at the various schools.
Yeah. I could batch a little boys from my school and get them into it.
Yeah.
We gotta try a thing on Sim.
We definitely have to rope them in, and so next year, hopefully, fingers crossed,
we'll have more males.
a balanced distribution of males and females at our debate. And I'm going to be, I say this on camera, boy, I'm going to be repping the boys. This round, at least. At least just this round, I'm going to be repping the boys.
Yeah.
Never remind me of this statement again.
I will for sure. Certainly.
Well, there's another thing I noticed was they learn the standing orders, like the back of their hand.
Back of their
I know we talked about the interruptions and all these things, but we didn't mention the standing orders.
Yeah, they had more than us, to be honest.
We didn't use any standing orders, so there was no use in us learning them. But they memorized standing orders after standing orders, and they were able to use it back to back.
Time, all that.
I mean, some of them missed a couple, some like relevance or imputing improper motives and all these things. But generally, I think they did an excellent job. And again, and I'm saying it again, I would like to commend those who participated this year. And an excellent job done.
Very good.
Also, I would like to introduce you all to our top 3 debaters today. So can you all introduce yourself? I'd like to start with you. So you'll say your name and the school you are representing.
Okay, well, my name is Kristen Francis, and I am representing Roxborough Secondary School.
I am Kesan Abdul Wadud, and I am representing Bishop's High School.
I am Anthurium Lewis, and I'm also representing Bishop's High School today.
Okay, so we have our 3rd place, Kristen. Second place,
Second
sorry.
place. No
Kristen.
problem. Francis, yes.
Kristen Francis. We have Anthurium, our 3rd place. And we have our 1st place, Emil.
Yeah, well, Sheikh Ali, I'm very proud. That's very good.
And
Good to see you, man.
can you all just tell us a little bit about your experience? I'll start with you, Kristen.
Okay. Well, my experience started later than I would say most of everybody else because I jumped on this journey later than everybody else. But it's in my head, it was just most of like, Kristen, you could do this because this is actually the first time I'm doing it. It's like, Kristen, I could actually do this. And you know, I came out of my comfort zone because as you said, most boys, plus girls also, I would say, they want to follow more of the sports side of everything. So I used to play football, but I was like, let me come out of my comfort zone and let me, you know, be more positive about other things that I know that I can do for myself. So this journey was very good, as you see, and today was very well because this morning I was very nervous, but despite everything, God is involved.
You are saying comfort zone, and you look very comfortable over there.
Exactly.
Yeah, because
shook up the
I am actually
surprised.
the type of person who likes to argue. That's why I was comfortable. That's why I was comfortable, yeah.
So that is your environment. You like to argue. So
Yeah.
best place to be is in Parliament.
True.
You have an advantage, you got to use it.
So, Anthurium, could you tell me a little bit about your experience?
It was a wonderful experience. I think we have something in common, actually. I also like to argue. So, you know, sitting actually in the August House and being able to speak about a topic that is concerning to all the people of Tobago. And it was really a touching situation because it relates to a lot of people. And it is a critical topic that we need to discuss more, is affordable housing. We cannot deny that there is a crisis going on right now. So I think this debate was really helpful in terms of bringing awareness to the problem and also discussing some possible topics on how it can be mitigated or alleviated in some way to help the people of Tobago. So my personal experience, I loved getting up, standing order, standing.
I see that.
Every second.
Standing order.
Right? And there was more I wanted to say, but I think it was a wonderful experience again. I truly enjoyed it. I enjoyed, communicating with the other minority members, and look at us, 3 minority members here, top three. So I think we did an excellent job in terms of convincing the audience and the judges, and putting it all out there so that our point is like going across. So amazing.
And what about you, the man and the match? What about you?
My debating experience was a roller coaster.
As we
A roller coaster. Because I wasn't even confident in my own presentation skills. I had to be helped by my teachers and have to be given encouragement. And I don't know what happened today is only because of God, the assembly here today, and that I could have been able to argue my points. And although the majority was keep putting standing order after standing order after standing order,
they could have told you no.
I just stand firm. I stand firm in what I believe in and what I thought was right. And I think today was a blast.
You had fun?
It was really good.
Because I remember when I didn't have fun until I was finished. Whoa. I didn't have fun until I was done.
Yeah,
So it is nice to see that you all enjoy this process.
Definitely.
Because we all are the leaders, you know.
Yeah.
You sleeping? You sleeping?
Mm-hmm.
You all are the leaders,
Yeah.
okay.
It's up right now. So.
And Thurium, I just want to ask you, what would you say was the most challenging aspect in preparation for this debate?
Wow, I have to say probably the timeline. Right, it was a very small window of time we were given to get our speeches in order, to be able to do research and all of that. And with the topic at hand, I would say the majority actually had the higher hand because they had more statistics to work with, they had more information to work with. So the fact that we were able to actually come back and combat them, rebut what they had to say, and come top 3 is an amazing feat that we were able to accomplish.
Right.
And so I would say, yes, it was an amazing experience. I'm definitely interested in areas like this.
Right.
I'm definitely considering it for the future. So yeah.
Okay, Minister.
Right.
Okay,
Before we continue
Assemblyman.
the questions, I would like to congratulate the three of you all for
Thank you.
being able to ignore the threats that was sent to you all or whatever.
Yes.
I don't want to say threats, but that's what it was. And yeah, you all stood out, you all ignored it and just continued. That is very brave of you all on board. I hope to see that in the future for sure, especially from my boy here. Yeah, man.
It's feeling a little sexist, you know.
Yeah,
We had to feel good for my boy. He's
So
the top
Kristen,
boy.
what would you say was the biggest lesson you learned in this process? Because like you said, it's out of your comfort zone.
Yes, the biggest lesson I have learned will probably have to be encouragement. Encouragement.
Right.
Because, as I would like to recite a Bible verse, Philippians 4:13, you can do all things through Christ.
Yes, ma'am.
That went through my mind yesterday, the day before the debate, and I was like, Kristen, you're frustrating, and you're just going through all of this, and you just want to, how to say it? I was getting nervous and I just break down to the point where I don't even want to do anything. But I just remember that, and the biggest thing I've learned was encouragement. You have to encourage yourself to do better.
That is beautiful. I remember I was, Lord.
Yeah, that was actually me this morning.
Lord, that was me my whole time before I stood up and actually debated. So it's nice to hear you talk about your encouragement. And Kaysan, I know you. I know you just fret when we talk about this. Can you tell me how you overcame those nerves today?
I overcame that from encouragement, mainly from my mother, and also Miss John, my teacher. She really encouraged me. She told me, Kaysan, don't fret. You're gonna do well. You're gonna do well. But I had to also, within myself, have the confidence to speak. And I just said, yesterday was actually the change of my confidence, because I said, nah, Kaysan, you have this opportunity to debate. You should utilize it. Be confident. It doesn't matter what happens tomorrow. You just go out there and put your best foot forward, and that is what I did.
I hope you take that through life, I hope you take that attitude through life.
Fret.
But my question to you is, how did you source your information and gather it and put it together?
Right. So some of my information was from Google.
Right.
things like Habitat for Humanity websites. And when I sourced information, it was kind of challenging because I had to sift through which was relevant for my piece. And yeah, and I just gathered all my sources from not just Google, but from what I heard from other people and stuff.
Old folks, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right, that's what I'm talking about.
And Thurium, just to kind of follow up on what he said about sourcing your information and figuring what is relevant, how did you find what is relevant and actually put it into debate?
So the perspective I went at with this debate is that in Tobago we have a third world country mentality.
Right.
And so I said, what can we do to get out of it? So I started looking into what the larger countries are doing, like the United States of America and Australia. What plans do they have in place? So I did research in that aspect, and I was able to find some really novel methods of how we can minimize the affordability crisis that we have going on. And I would say there were some really moving topics, and I would have liked to share a little bit more on them, if not, the majority gapped. But I think I was able to list them in an order. So that alone, I hope the persons that were listening would have taken notes and actually will try to implement it into our economy. So yes.
Okay. Beautiful. And Kristen, how do you think this debate will actually contribute to society or to youths that are going forward?
Okay. So, as you heard this evening in the ceremony, he said that this debate will also put forward and get out the word to fix the needs of Tobago. So this debate would really have Tobago being heard and being seen.
Right.
Not saying that okay, Trinidad is a big place.
Right.
It always have its problems, but it's being fixed, not as Tobago, where it's being smaller and you have majority of the problems
being looked over.
But it have minor solutions to it.
Right.
Understood.
Correct. Understood.
So as we wrap up, I would just like to ask who you all want to kind of shout out really quickly.
Okay.
Give thanks to you.
Go.
Yeah, you could go
Well,
first.
first of all, God, right? Nothing can be done without him. I give all the glory to him, all the honor, because he honored me, and I am now returning that honor. And I'd also like to say thank you to Miss John, right? So that's my teacher. I'd like to say thank you to my parents, to all the persons who would have strung in and helped me build this speech and allow me to improve in my debating skills and how I present and my intonation, my enunciation, stuff like that, And I would say from before I had some of those skills, but coming into this debate, I was able to tune them with their help, and I'm truly grateful for that. So, yes.
Jason?
I want to thank God first, obviously. I want to also thank my parents, Miss John, of course. But I also want to thank my good friend, Sohaila Makuru. Yeah, because although she said I love to argue, which is true, and fret, I think she really did help me because although we have this type of relationship where we would argue a lot, she did help me and she did encourage me to put my best foot forward, and a lot of things that happened today wouldn't be possible without her. So I want to thank her.
Shucks.
But lastly, okay, I would, as these two would say, I would have to thank God first, of course, because I wouldn't be here alive in the making to debate this. Also, I would like to thank my parents, especially, to have this encouragement to push me to say, okay, you don't have to do one thing, but you can do another. And also, not one teacher, but the teachers that is in my environment, I would love to say thank you. Because if it wasn't for that opportunity to given to me, I wouldn't be here.
That was beautiful.
Sorry, can I cut in here? Because there's two persons I forgot to thank, right? I would also like to thank Secretary Boris. She gave me a lot of motivation coming into this, as well as I was able to watch the 35th sitting plenary. So I was able to see how she presents, and also Mr. Watson Duke. So I was able to also see how he would rebut. So I took some tips from both of them, and I would say it helped me tremendously. So thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to close. That's it, folks. And this is your top 3 debaters for 2024. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Do
Thank you
enjoy
for having
your
us.
day. Don't forget to go home and make sure.
You're going to celebrate later?
Yeah.
Definitely.
For sure.